Folders. And taking refuge and cultivating bodhicitta. Uh, everyone in Zoom, can you hear? Yes? Good. Sanje che dan so je cho nam la chan che ba de la ne cha sun che ra ge jin so je be so nam je do la ben che san je do pa la sho Sanje Cheda Soji Chona La Chakaba Da Nani Jasunji Agi Jinso Yebe Sonamji Dola Benja Sanje Basho Sanje Chuda Soje Chonamla Chancho Bada Dane Jasamanje Dagi Jinso Jibe Sona Dola bench, Sanjendo Parasho. I go for refuge as I awaken to my teachers and Buddha, Dharma, and spiritual community. To the virtues that I produce. In giving up wisdom, I will cultivate body, speech, and mind for the most creative benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge as I awaken my future Buddha, Dharma, spiritual community. Through the virtues that I produce, charged by giving attention, more effect. Concentrating wisdom, I will cultivate body, speech, and mind that Buddha most effectively benefit all sentient beings. I go refuge until I gain my teachers, Buddha, Dharma, spiritual community. Through the virtues that I by giving ethics, patience, effort, concentrating wisdom, I cultivate to most effectively benefit all sentient beings. Namo Guru Dev. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dharamaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namo Sanghaya. Namo Gaya. Namo Guru. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dharamaya. Namo Sanghaya. I take refuge in my teachers. I take refuge in Buddha. I take refuge in Dharma. I take refuge in Sangha. I have four immeasurables, immeasurable of love, immeasurable passion, immeasurable of joy, and immeasurable of equilibrium mind. May all beings have happiness and its causes, never have suffering nor its causes, constantly to enjoy transcending sorrow, to all equal love for both near and far. May all beings have happiness its causes, never have suffering nor its causes, constantly to enjoy transcending sorrows, to all in equal love for both near and far. May all beings have happiness its causes, never have suffering nor its causes, constantly dwell in joy, transcending sorrow. I dwell in equal love for both near and far. Seven limb practice. So, prostration is first one. Second one is offering. Third one is rejoicing. Uh, uh, First one is offering and prostration. Second is offering. Third one is confession. Fourth one is rejoicing. Fifth one is requesting teaching. And the sixth one is requesting the guru remain with us. And the seventh one is dedication. So these are the seven limb practice. I prostrate to Buddha, Dharma, and spiritual community. Thank them offering both actually they perform and mentally transform. Becoming our virtues back since the beginning of time. Joys and merits of all remain as our guided through samsara and from the will of Dharma for our whole being. I believe in all its virtues and sitting in the awakened mind. Now we go to the mantras. Shakyamuni Buddha mantra. Om Muni Muni Maha Muni So. 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 Om Muni Maha Muni So. Muni So. Muni Muni Ma Muni So. So Muni Muni So. So Muni Ma So. So 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 Ma So Muni Muni So. Muni Islam Muni Mahamuni Swami So, 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 Om Mani Mani So Om Maha Mani So Om Mani Maha Mani So Om Mani Beme Hum Om Mani Beme Hum Om Mani Beme Hum Mani Beme Om Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. No Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Welcome to the teaching on Lamrim. So today I will try to go through the Lamrim text. Third Panchen Lama's Losang Yeshe's text called Yulam Mati, and the quick path to enlightenment. So I have my Tibetan friends here. Again, so they were in bed. Yeah, they ain't gonna show that they get that. Yeah, whatever you like, sitting on the cushion or chair. At the Lamrim, the beauty Lamrim Tanda, the Namdulaja, Namdulaja Mare. Yulam Mati, Benjen Losan Chuji, Losan Yisifson. So this is, as I said, third Panjalama's text. So, so there's not a lot of time to go to details, as you know. We have limited time, so I will skip certain things, some of the details, but go to the main points here. So at the moment, I would like to talk about the three scopes, Niba, in which the limit. So how do we practice Lamrim? Okay. So when we talk about practice Lamrim, then we talk about the practice of small scope, small scope, medium scope, and great scope. So Tibetan word is actually called Chu Hua, Chu Dingwa, Chu Shimbo. Chu means person of small scope, person of medium scope, person of great scope. So which means like the practitioner who has different capacities, right? So the person of small scope, which means sort of beginner, one could be beginner, and or one may not be beginner. Maybe one had been studying Dharma for many years and practicing Lamrim for many years. And but But if you are genuine or good practitioner, you don't feel like you are in the level of medium scope or great scope. You always feel I am a beginner, you see. The Dharma is so profound, so vast. And so it's like you're in the boat in the sea and you feel like I'm just a beginner, kind of sailor or beginner canoeing or kayaking or something. You never know. And what can happen, where you're going to reach. Well, you never know. It depends on the current, on the waves, how it goes. And you could be swept away in the wrong direction. You never know. So, but you have also some idea when is good time to sail or when is not, and you can watch the weather report using the modern technology and so on and so forth. Ancient days, people also have their own way of navigating. For example, people in the Pacific Ocean, people travel from those islands, from Tonga, Fiji, and New Zealand, and so on and so forth. They watch the stars. Travel. They travel at nighttime. They watch the stars, and the stars are the looking at the stars. You can determine which way you're going, and we have saying in Tibet, if you don't know where you're going, you look at the mountains, top of the mountain. You make a mentally, you make a mark. Say, okay, that mountain is over there. This mountain is here. I came from here. I'm going that direction. You keep going to the direction, the mountain that you see in front of you, and you don't get lost. And that's sort of your way of navigating. It may take many, many days, but at least you're going the right direction. Okay, so like that, when you're practicing Lamrim, you could be a beginner, person of the initial or first scope or second scope or third scope, but you are practicing Lamrim. That's the main thing. And the gradual path and practicing the gradual path. And yeah, so here, chiwu chiwu da tumu mayimba lam lo jangwa dang, lingwa lo jangwa dang, chiwu chimbu lo jangwa dang. First one, tangbola ni tunji ngwa jangwa. So first, when you practice the meditation on small scope, there's two ways you do. First, you do on formally meditating. And you practice formally sit on a cushion, and then meditate, and then also post meditation, and also meditate post period. So first you sit on a cushion. So that and so you sit on a cushion or mattress or chair, and you have to follow what we call the Lunam Nang Chu Dun Dun, which means you follow the posture of Vairochana Buddha. Buddha Vairochana, Mahavairochana is one of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, Vairochana. And Vairochana has several names. We also call Kundik. Kundik number 9. Kundik means all knower, and Kundik number 9. And in Japan they call Dainichi Nyorai. Dainichi Nyorai. Oh, Maka Birushana. Birushana. Mahavirushana. Mahaviruchana. Mahaviruchana. Birushana. And so Vairochana is one of the main idam of Shingon Buddhists in Japan. It's Koyasan, Mount Koyasan, Kobodashi's brought the lineage from China to Japan. So Kobodashi, he was a famous son of Shogun. He went to China. He thought he was going to study there for 12 years. And Mahayana Buddhism. And after 2 years, the Chinese master said, "You're done now. You go back to Japan. You're so smart. You don't have to spend 12 years. 2 years enough." And he got lots of realization, understanding. You go back. So he went back to Japan. And then he was going to this place called Koyasan now. And he was up in the forest. And suddenly he saw two dogs, white dog and black dog. And he didn't know how the dog showed up there. And then they came to the forest. He followed the dog and suddenly disappeared. The dogs disappeared. And we felt, this is the place now. The dog's telling me I should stay here to build a monastery. And actually, they were not dogs, they were bodhisattvas, some gods or goddesses, angels, kind of what we call in apsaras in Sanskrit, they call apsaras, celestial beings. So you go to Donwang caves in Gansu province, northwest of China, in the Silk Route. We have these amazing paintings on walls called inside the goddesses, everything with beautiful robes, blue colors and green colors, and very famous paintings in Donwang and Torpan and all the way to Tajikistan, the Silk Route. Anyway, so then Kobodashi built a monastery to honoring Mahavairochana. And they do the practice, still do, very strong there. And they do 5 pujas. And I was in Kobodashi, the Kobodashi is holy place in Koyasan, and Shuzanji, and Izu Peninsula in Japan. So here, so you sit, follow the Vairochana posture. So you sit, first thing, keep your back straight, 1, and then you cross your leg, 2, then you put your hands together with the mudra of meditative echo pose, 3, and then you slightly bend your neck, head, and sort of move forward, 4, and then close your mouth, 5, and then you slightly close your eyes, 6, and then you place your tongue, tip of the tongue against the upper part of your teeth, and 7. And these are we call 7 Mahayana, Mahavairochana posture. He said, relax, and sit down and relax. And Lu Nam Nang, Lu is body, Nam Nang is Vairochana's posture. Chudundin means 7, follow the 7 postures of Mahavairochana. And relax your body. And then there's a word called Ngalso. 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 Ngal means your sort of mind, body tired. So means renewing your body and mind. So why we do this? Why do we have to Ngalso? And now you know, because you're tired. Everybody's tired. And it doesn't matter what age you are. Little babies are tired, sleepy. Teenage people are tired. Adults tired. Older people even more tired. Everybody tired. Body need to rest. And likewise, the mind is tired. Especially in the West, people, the mind is so tired, exhausted. People in the West, they think too much, and always mind is spinning like hamster in a cage, and think too much. That's a problem. Like in a way, people think too much and talk too much, and they don't shut up. Always talking. When you go for a walk in the forest, they miss the whole point. So they start talking. As soon as you start talking and walking, and then talking about the family, business, work, jobs, and relatives, blah, blah, blah. I said, please can you please be quiet? And Pamela Bush. And so you forget, you miss something. You don't hear the sound of the birds. You don't hear the sound of the stream. You don't see beautiful flowers, beautiful trees and leaves, clouds, and you miss the point of walking in the forest. You just bring all your stuff, work, business, worries, family, drama, everything, and then talking, and all the time. Even sitting in an airplane, they talk so much. And you see, like if you're flying to Korea, the Korean people are quiet. The kids just watching movies and adults, they were quiet. That's why I liked flying with the Korean airline. They're always on time and good food. And and good, they have good movies too. Koreans have good movies. They are very high tech and amazing. Anyway, so I'm not trying to say I'm trying to sort of judging or discriminating people, and but the thing is, there's sort of cultural, some kind of cultural thing, right? People are not aware. And so as a Dharma practitioner, as a meditator, we need to think about the mind and watch the mind and body. What makes our body tired and mind tired? Body tired because overworked, not getting enough sleep, and so on and so forth. Mind get tired, over talking, overthinking, over worrying, and so much, and burning out the mind, right? So that's why we call ngalso means resting the mind. There's a word called in Tibetan, ngalsu dewa toprasho. May I will have the pleasure of resting my mind. May I have the pleasure to resting my mind and body. Also dewa toprasho. So the Mahamudra meditation, you see, the very first meditation of Mahamudra is arresting the mind. And that gom jagro, gom yan chajishimo gom, gom jadi tango del, and it's also lunam nang chu dun dun che. And it's sem lolo, sem ngalso, sem kalakadero, sem ngalso, lolo, the horse, Bengal. Somebody Mombaji chigging a Sanjigo, Chiu chigging she don't come to Jayumar. You shouldn't so get too excited. Oh, I want to get enlightened as soon as possible. And don't get too excited. And if you're going to get enlightened, you are going to get enlightened. If not, then you won't. And you just have to go slowly. And so resting the mind in natural state. First thing, resting. Sit, do nothing, just sit in the present moment. Like Zen, chop the wood and carry water. And when you chop the wood, just chop the wood. Focus your mind on chopping the wood. When you're carrying water, you just focus your mind on carrying water. Don't talk, don't do anything else, just carrying water. And then they have saying, before enlightenment, chop the wood and carry water. After the enlightenment, chop the wood, carry water. Why are you chopping the wood, carry water after enlightenment? You're still doing the same thing. So what's different then? Well, because there's a big difference. Before you're chopping wood and carry water for yourself. Now, after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water for all sentient beings. That's the difference. So Bodhisattva returned to the earth, chopping the wood and carrying water for others, not for himself or herself. That's the difference. So, so you sit, resting your mind for a while, okay? And then you are now you are gaining some relaxation and clarity in your mind, and then you start now do the formal practice. Changing over like the order. Tangbones, Yamne Kundu Lama, Jamne Kundu Lama with a tone so on. So it says Lama is embodiment of all the refuges, Buddha Dharma Sangha, and I take refuge to one Shakyamuni Buddha, the Vajradhara. I take refuge to Shakyamuni Buddha. I take refuge to Vajradhara. From the sutra point of view, we got Shakyamuni Buddha, right? And Tantra, from Tantric term, is Vajradhara. I take refuge to Shakyamuni Buddha and Vajradhara. So this is refuge. We did a little bit of refuge meditation yesterday, right? Visualize Shakyamuni Buddha in front of us. That's because we have saying in Tibetan word, Kundu Noruluk means we visualize Buddha Shakyamuni himself. He is the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, Bodhisattva. He is Dakas and Dakinis, Dharmapala. He is everything. Okay. And you then visualize Shakyamuni Buddha. Take refuge. I take refuge to Buddha Shakyamuni as a Buddha, as a Dharma, as a Sangha, as a Dakas and Dakinis, everything. And so we did that meditation yesterday. Now, so after taking refuge to Buddha, and then we meditate impermanent. We did a little bit, I talked a little bit about impermanent yesterday, right? And death and dying. So, Mitakpa is the main word. Impermanent. Takpa is permanent. Mitakpa is impermanent. Chiwa mitaba. Chiwa means death and dying. So, what? So when you talk about meditation on death and dying, impermanent, and you sort of think, well, I'm not dying at the moment. I hope not, and I think I'll be around for another 5 years or 10 years, maybe 15 years or 20 years, who knows, right? And why do I meditate on it, impermanent of death and dying? And well, actually, we are experiencing impermanent this very moment we are experiencing impermanent. How? Because our body, our feelings, our perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all 5 skandhas are transforming, changing every moment. Never stop. Morning when you wake up until you go to bed, or evening when you go to bed until you wake up the next morning. 24 hours, never change, never stay the same, always changing. Body changes all the time. Impermanent. We are experiencing impermanent all the time. We're experiencing old age all the time. You don't become old man overnight. And, you wake up suddenly, oh, I go to the bathroom, look at the mirror. I'm old man now. What happened to me? And it doesn't happen like that, right? Gradually getting older and gradually few white hairs here and there, few wrinkles on your forehead, and then more and more and getting older and more. You see, oh, I'm old and I got white hair. Maybe I'm wise. Wise older man or wise older lady, and they don't call me anymore señorita. They call signora or signore. Italians say signore. And anyway, so you get funny, different reactions, what people call you, right? And when I go to Nepal or Japan, or you call me old lama, old monk. One Tibetan lady, she was saying, "No more bargaining, old man, old monk." I was bargaining. I was buying something, and she said, "No more bargaining, old monk. That's a fixed price, old monk." Chalachi, you Nepal, chalachi. I just said, "Baba, I just that kung tame yung mali lagi, lagi. Yeah, hengi kung tame yung mali sa." Similar, then I suddenly felt, no, he's called me old monk. I am actually old monk. Thank you. You're reminding me I am an old monk. Old monk shouldn't bargain. Just buy it. It's only rupees anyway. But in certain world countries, there's no fixed price. You have to ask price. You have to ask discount. What is actual price? If I buy 5 different malas, will you give me a discount? If I buy 4 different things, that's how it works, And that's the tradition, out of Makaling. My grandfather do that all the time. And I learned from my grandfather lots of things. And so anyway, so you feel like, oh, I'm getting old now, right? And so it's always changing all the time. Death, impermanence, and death. And now, what about death? Am I dying right now? Practically, I'm not. Technically, practically, whatever. Not dying, but actually dying. And because um, what does it? What it means? Look, your body cells are changing, right? Your neurons are changing. Whatever is in the body, you have elements: earth element, water element, fire element, wind element, and all the different elements are changing. The old ones gone, new ones coming, and chi, fresh chi coming, all chi are going. And so some of that is gone. They are like basically dead, dead. It's like a battery. The battery is dead now. I need a new battery for my watch or for my iPhone and whatever. It's like that. So we're actually experiencing impermanence all the time. We're experiencing death and dying all the time. So it's important to meditate on that. So that, and so when you meditate on impermanence and meditate on death and dying, and this gives you the inspiration, motivation to practice Dharma, and you appreciate Dharma more. Chiwa Madhava, Madhava Chomle, there's a Madhava Chom is a poem of impermanent. It says meditation on impermanent is always good for Dharma practitioners. In the beginning, when you meditate on impermanent, it gives you motivation to practice Dharma. In the middle, it helps you to maintain your practice. And towards the end, it will help you to complete your meditation. See, it's like, it's a reminder. Keep meditate on impermanence. So, impermanence of the body, impermanence of five skandhas form, impermanence of feeling, impermanence of perception, mental formation, and consciousness. Okay. So when you meditate on impermanence, and there is two sides. Everything is two sides, negative sides and positive. Everything has negative and positive. It's like a battery, and or car battery, or working with electricity, positive and negative, and like that. But there are same thing, right? Positive, negative, and so the positive side is when you meditate on impermanence, you feel, oh, it's changing now. Everything changed. It's actually good, beautiful now. It's changing, and like the seasons, 4 seasons, right? You look forward to winter, beautiful winter, snow, white Christmas, and so on and so forth. And then spring, the weather changing, beautiful spring, um, and warmer weather and green, and birds are coming back, migration, and so on and so forth. Flowers growing up, coming up, pop up from under the snow, like caucus and so forth. And spring is beautiful, and then summer is beautiful, and autumn is beautiful. All 4 seasons are beautiful, and different than you stay in you being in some area, a tropical area, and got only 2 seasons. And sometimes you don't even see the difference between 2 seasons. Only like rainy season and dry season. Like if you're in places like Timor or some part of Indonesia or northern Australia, there are only 2 seasons. Here we have 4 seasons. Beautiful. And it's impermanent. That's the positive side. And the negative side is everything is changing, everything's going so fast, you feel like not much time left. When you're trying to do something, it's again change, keep changing. Too much, change it too many times. And anyway, So it's necessary to meditate on impermanence and death and dying. Chiwa Matabada and Chiwata Mataba. Gomjagina, Shitag, Church Yala Shita Pendo Yungore, Church Yala Simshu Chirnuyore. I said the Injimiji Gongore. So you must meditate on death and dying impermanence because it gives us motivation to meditate. And on top of that, meditate on suffering. Very first, noble truth of suffering. So why do we meditate on suffering? Well, we are suffering. Are we suffering constantly? Well, yes and no, and it depends on what kind of suffering. So much like physical suffering. Some people have not so much physical suffering, but they have mental suffering. Some people have lots of physical suffering. Some people have both mental and physical suffering. When we talk about suffering, it's not like something that you're something injured or broken your legs, or you got infections, a disease, and agony, things. Or we're not talking something like this. But when you're talking about suffering, there's always subtle suffering. And occurring Lamrim, we talk about three kinds of suffering. So generally, there are three suffering. We call suffering of all pervasiveness, which means that, and wherever you go, wherever you stay, whatever you do, there is always some kind of obstacle, some unpleasantness, and some problem. And always problem starts. And this is a condition of life, part of life. There's always some problem. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're in the West, there's a problem. If you go to East, there's a problem. If you work, you're a problem. If you don't work, you're a problem. And, when you don't work, you have no income, no money, and then you get bored, this and that. And you're broke. But if you work, then you'll get tired, burned out. You have problems at work and suffering, dukkha. So that's how it is. It's part of life, right? And if you have money, a problem. If you don't have money, a problem. Sometimes too much money, problem. Is the money is curse. Money makes you comfortable life, but money never give you happiness. And see places like in Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, and this, and so much money, but they're cursed with the money. So many problems, and wars start due to the money and oil, and this and that. No peace, and fighting. And long time ago, these people don't have money, no oil, haven't discovered oil. They are Bedouin. They're called Bedous, live in the yurt and chasing camels and goats. Maybe they have a quiet, peaceful life. And now they're driving fancy cars and latest technology and so much, and so many problems, right? That's part of life. Like that everywhere, wherever you go. Yeah. So everybody's also got some kind of complaint, right? And even you're a monk, renowned monk or nun. If you like, monks, nuns don't have suffering. They don't have family. They don't have work. They're just always meditating. That's not the case. The monks and nuns, they have their own problems in the monasteries. And whatever part of life, you see. So, Dungha, that's what we call suffering of all pervasiveness. There is no place where you don't have suffering. Say you think, if I go to the Himalayas, way up in the mountains, Annapurna and Everest and K2, and maybe there's no suffering. There is suffering, altitude sickness, cold weather. Or you think, I go to Mongolia or Gobi Desert, someone maybe no suffering, right? And maybe I would find Shambhala. Well, keep going north. You find Shambhala, you see. At first, fourth Penchen Lamaroda guidebook Shambhala. And Nganzu Penchen Kunti Shiva Shambhala Gilami Tinar. Lami Shambhala condition over. So there was a book. Many Tibetan lamas and they follow this book, keep going north. They end up in somewhere, Uzbekistan or somewhere, or Tajikistan, or maybe Mongolia or somewhere, Siberia somewhere. And and yeah, maybe depends. You might find the inner Shambhala, not external Shambhala. There are different kinds of Shambhalas. Or shall we talk about Shangri-La? There is a place in Tibet called Shangri-La, Eastern Tibet. There's a town called Shangri-La, big city now. And Shangri-La is a mountain pass. Shangri-La, and Shambhala said, actually, real Shambhala is inner Shambhala, not so much external Shambhala. And Shambhala is the holy place of Kala Chakra, right? Kingdom of Kala Chakra. There is 27, what do you call, municipalities and towns and cities. And the king of Shambhala, Rigdens live there. They have all these. And then eventually they'll come to the earth here on this side of the world. And then will be golden age will start. And this is the story anyway. But no one really found real Shambhala, physical Shambhala. Those Tibetan lamas keep going north, end up in Mongolia or in somewhere, and they keep dying on the way. And but maybe they found the inner Shambhala, right? So you die in the Gobi Desert, but then you find the inner Shambhala, right? And some people go to the place called Bayul in Tibet. Bayul is like secret hidden land. Bayul Pemakot. They go to Sikkim and Bhutan or maybe Arunachal Pradesh somewhere. Bayul, there's a sacred tunnel and corridor. You go down and then it's a beautiful place. You don't die. You live there for a long time. And everything is perfect. There's some kind of place like that. They talk about, people follow. And anyway, so people are still searching. You still searching Shambhala, still. And Guide to Shambhala, written, translated by Edward Bunban, I think. I have that book, Guide to Shambhala. He translated Paul Spencer Lama's book. Anyway, so wherever you go, there is all this suffering and impermanence. That's called the suffering of all pervasiveness. Then another kind of suffering is called suffering of changeability. Changeability. What does that mean? It's always changing. So you have to change all the time. For example, if you sit there and meditate, right? It's too long, then your knees start having pain and back pain, and neck sore and headache, tired, hungry. And then now I can't meditate anymore. I'm suffering, right? So then you get up and walk around, do walking meditation, and go for a walk and walk, keep walking. First feel good, and now I'm walking, enjoyable, go out and get fresh air, whatever, the walking meditation, and then keep walking. And then you get tired, and suffering began again, and suffering of walking, suffering of go outside and too much fresh air or too cold or whatever, Again, suffering. Now you feel like I have to go back and sit again. And then you sit down, you feel, better now, feel good. And this is what we call suffering and changeability. And same thing when you don't eat food, you're hungry and starving, right? And then you keep eating. And so much eating, and then you feel like your stomach is bloated. And you're so tired from eating too much, right? So another kind of suffering of eating or suffering of not eating. Whatever you do, always suffering. See, this is why Buddha taught about it, was Four Noble Truths. Suffering is the first Noble Truth. That dunga, chabanduji dunga ki dunga, and Njui dunga, standang Njui dunga setiniro, or the Njui dung, it's called in Tibetan Njui dung. Then the third suffering is called suffering of suffering. It's kind of double suffering, top of another suffering. You have several sufferings piled up on top of each other, and different kind of suffering of suffering. You're already suffering, now you get another suffering, another problem, additional problems, more problems, right? More dukkha, dukkha, more dukkha. Suffering is called dukkha. Right? And when I was in Indonesia, Indonesian language is based on Sanskrit, Bahasa Sanskrit. So you say, how are you today? Oh, sukha, dukkha, suffering and happiness, both. Not so bad and not so good. Sukha, dukkha, 50-50, sukha, dukkha. And it's interesting. Malaysia and Thailand, not Thailand, Indonesia, they sit in the same language, Bahasa Indonesia. So suffering of suffering. Yeah, so these are the suffering. Meditate on suffering. Then now you meditate on impermanent, meditate on death and dying, meditate on suffering. Now, how do I get out from the suffering? How do I liberate myself from suffering? How do I what do I do when I'm experiencing death and dying, facing death and dying, and impermanent? What do I do? Take refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are the ultimate refuge. So when you are suffering, you follow the refuge to Buddha, follow the footsteps of the Buddha. Then your suffering becomes less. And also, you don't see as a really so much suffering. You see it's more like an opportunity for Dharma practice. Suffering is become a condition for Dharma practice instead of just suffering, raw suffering, And suffering is like suffering becomes condition for Dharma practice. Suffering become friend. In India, way back in 1960s, when I was a teenager, there was a movie called Sati means friend. It's actually it's a beautiful movie. Actually, even Indian Prime Minister Nehru cried. The movie is called, song is called Apna Meri Sati Hai. Apna Meri Sati Hai. No, Dukha ko Meri Sati Hai. Suffering is my friend. Suffering is my friend. That's the name of the song. Dukha ko apna sati hai. Dukha means suffering. Apna means mine or yours. Sati hai. Sati means friend. So, because Buddha Shakyamuni, Prince Siddhartha, he saw, when he was in the palace, first time he saw somebody sick. He never knew about sickness. He went outside, go for a walk outside the palace. Somebody's sick. And then one day he went for a walk. He saw old man, the body is old, hunchback, hard time walking with the walking stick, shaking. He couldn't understand first. He never seen it before, right? What's wrong with this man? His attendant said, "Look, oh my Lord, this man is suffering from old age." Then Buddha was Prince, young boy, Prince. Then one day he saw somebody sick, lying down on the street somewhere and having a lot of pain, injured. And then one day he went out with his attendant on horse, chariot. And there was a funeral procession. And Buddha Siddhartha said to his attendant, "What is this? What's going on? What are these people crying? What's going on?" "Well, my Lord, someone died." "What does this mean?" "Well, we all die. This man died, and I will die. One day, you too, and your parents will die. We all die." Then Prince Siddhartha thought, this is sad. Then he said, "I don't like this. I don't like become sick. I don't like become old. I don't want to die. I don't like dying. What do I do?" Then he knew himself by his own inner wisdom, right? He knew in order to go beyond dukkha, beyond suffering of sickness, old age, and death, you have to practice Dhamma. Then he decided to leave home. And then his father knew now this boy is having some kind of crisis, some problem, that he's not enjoying himself. And he's trying to keep in the palace, trying to entertain with all kinds of entertainment. And he decided to leave. So middle of the night, he jumped over the fence, over the wall of the palace, and he told his attendant to bring the horse, and he took off. He went to long distance, and then he went to this place called Chote Namdatung. Daja Zomba Shajita, Yonu Tundu, Jasip Bani, and it. So he abandoned samsara, abandoned his home, abandoned his life, and the worldly life, and then he went to this great stupa. He shaved his head, cut his hair, and he gave his hair to the devas, and then he put on saffron robe and start meditating and start searching the path of Dhamma, and they went keep walking, searching, and then he end up where Narajan, Yalanda River, and he sat there meditating. So, so Dharma practice, taking refuge to Buddha Dharma, Dharma practice, and taking refuge to Sangha is a way to overcome our suffering and impermanence and death. So, yeah, so meditate on impermanence, death and dying. So this time, I think I like to lead meditation on impermanence and meditate on impermanence of the body. So I like to ask everyone to sit properly on the cushion, keep your back straight, and then you first we meditate on impermanence of the body. So you sit, relax, and breathe in and out, and then you see your breath. You breathe in, inhale, exhale. So every time when you breathe in, you have fresh prana coming in, like chi, and every time when you breathe out, the old prana is leaving, old chi is going. This process of breathing, breathe in and out, inhale and exhale, itself is impermanent. It's happening all the time. The Buddha said we breathe in and out more than 22,000 times and daily. So we are breathing in and out, and it's impermanent. Let's do mindfulness meditation, mindfulness of breathing, anapanasati. So Yungo means bedward, means breath. Yung means breathe in and out. Yung meditate on yung. And those to do yawade komyan. Many down. Naguna da kanma katum. Naguna uya te mada uya te mada uya te megala ni chilo lung saba nalo yungorwa. Subuna lowa da chimba to the bakanga yungor. Ulung yingba yorwa or ma chilo mandugo. So and then you breathe in, the prana comes in, illustration, your brain and organs, heart, and liver, and so forth, and then all that's going out. You're experiencing impermanence of breathing. We meditate on impermanence of breathing this time. After meditating on breath, impermanence of breath, now we meditate on impermanence of body, okay, and feelings. So first you do the body meditation. What we call is scanning the body meditation or sweeping the body meditation. Traditionally, it's called sweeping meditation, which means like the sweeping the floor with a broom. Like that, you focus your mind at the top of your head, then slowly go down through the body and all the way to the bottom of your feet, and you see the body itself is impermanent. This body is changing all the time. And we have these elements, earth, solid body, or water, you have blood, and you have, we drink water and tea and so on. There's lots of moisture in the body, water element, and the water fire. We have heat coming in the body. There is a heat in the body based in the navel and dantian or tumo, and heat is coming and going, sometimes less heat, sometimes more heat. It's always changing. And earth, water, fire, and wind, we done in meditation, prana. And so body has so many things inside, lots of parasites, good parasites and bad parasites, and bacterium, and all these are consuming or parasites eating the food that we have in our bodies. And there's lots of things going on in this body, so many things. And they're very complex body, very subtle. So it's always working constantly, changing and transforming. So this is a part of the body, the impermanence of the body. And we're going through, as I mentioned earlier, old age, about impermanence of the body. So we now meditate on impermanence of the body. So now, Lu it's called the mindfulness of the body. When you do this kind of meditation, Lu Tempa in Tibetan word we call Lu Tempa. Lu is body, Tempa is mindfulness. Nyawashakpa means place mind on the body, body to mind to the body. Lu de denis, rubu de dene, mdabare, juone kamba pada, subuna dene, tachu melung kangayo, juwan rubu, tanda nika undil juwan rubu, tene mdabare, gembare, utu chene gomja da, subu de mdaba imbe, junsen samadang. We have a break for 10 minutes. Om Dare Dare Dure So Om Dare Dare So Om Dare Om Dare Dare Dure So Om Dare Dure So Om Dare Dare Dure So Om Dare Dure So Om Dare Dure Dure So Om Dare Dare Dure So Om Dare Dare Dure So Om Dare 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 Om Dare So Om So Om So subject of the talk is law of cause and effect, karma. So now we go through the Lamrim text after meditating on impermanence, death, and dying, and then we meditate on karma. So karma is the cause of everything. And we're here in this world because of karma. We're here, we have certain kind of life. It's a karma. Whatever you have, what kind of life you have, good or bad, it's all karma. So there is a saying that if you want to know about past life or past karma, you look at your body. Now you look at the body, your life, and condition of your life, and health issues, health and life. You have a good life, and you have a good health relatively, and you have precious human rebirth and opportunity to practice Dharma. Obviously, it's good thing, good life, and nobody has a perfect life. And if you think you want to have perfect life, that's a mistake. And nobody got a perfect life. And as long as we're here, born here in this world, we are bound to have issues and problems because part of life, and that's why nobody has perfect life. But you have a good life, you see, and as a Dharma person, right? So this means that your past life is also good. You have done something good, something tremendously good. You created good karma, created merit, virtues. This is why we're here. And Tangan the Pageto in the Sigdoat. Sendilla, Mitsindilla, the money, Mitsin, Kiwang Hama, the candidate, some over. Get your home on the candidate, Kawachi, Jiwala, Yabuchi, the Dubu, some of them. Indeed, Kiwang Hama Hakumara, Muji, and the mother. Kiwang Hama Kandi, Hakwe, Yomarina, Kiwang Dilla, so me, Jiwalang, Taji, Tawaji, and Jowachi, Sanji, Pembanje, Lamanje, Chu, Yamnichi, Kokawi, Jumare, and so Nami or Punja or Puj, Obumatsu, Yabuya, indeed, then Jawang the Munitanaji, Yabuji, Cheha, Yabuji, sorry, Jawang Yabuji, Tari, Tins, and Tandaji on the Yabundua, or the Tari. So we say it's a proof that you had a good life, you've done something good in the past life. This is the result why you have a good life now, even though there's no perfect life. And then it says that if you want to know about future, and lots of people want to know about future, and they go to soothsayers and clairvoyant, psychic person or some lama, ask them to divination, mo, and ask Palden Hamo and do the mo and kind of find out what's going to happen. Or go to astrologer and the charts and numerologists and see, tell me what you think I'm going to be next life. Will I reborn as a human being or this and that, right? So it says, if you want to know next life, what kind of life you're going to have, all you have to do is you look at your mind. You look at your attitude, your mind. Okay? If you have a good mind, peaceful mind, happy mind, content mind, your mind is Dharma. You have Dharma mind and joyful mind, and content and peaceful mind. This tells that this means that you're going to have a good life, next life. And if your mind, most of the time, your mind is unhappy, angry, miserable, complaining, mad, like the jealousy and all kinds of mind problems, so many problems in mind, and mad and blaming other people, attacking others, criticizing. And if you have this kind of mind, then next life is not so good because the karma, whatever you're creating the conditions right now, you're creating cause and condition for next life. So all you have to do is you look at the mind. You want to know about the past life, you look at your body life in here. And now, if you want to know future life, then look at your mind, body and mind. Then this one do Mahumbala Kandiji, Jawa Kandiji, Ling Mitsi, me, Jawa Lingi, men, Jawa Kandiji, Yawuyung Kandiji, men, Kamudi, Kandi Yung, Igo Yuna, it's a same Taji Segores, same Tagores. Same the Yabo, same Zambo, Mila be Pensimji, same Zambo, Yarab, Java Yabo, and Mil no Semaji, so, Ji, and Daji, no Jung Choshi, no Jungji. Any Mila Panda, Namitu Sola Chambuchi, Washiba Sola Gawini Uchi, Chewing Yamnechi, similar Geotinichi, and Mahumbalai, Ma Tony, Joalangro, Joalangala, same day, Yabu Yunguris, Mahumbala, same day Jomari, Yabu Yunguris. It's like that. It is, when you have a peaceful life, good life, and then when you die with peacefully, and then when you have peaceful death, journey, and then bardo and so forth, next life will be a peaceful one, right? This is how it is. It's all because of karma, karma of the body, karma of the mind, action of the body, action of the mind. And Jiba Lendela Yichi Deba. So it says you should have faith in the karma, and you should also generate trust in the karma, your own karma, and also karma in general, right? Karma is a Sanskrit word, and the Tibetan word is lay. Lay means action, it's karma, and lele injikti na so chik, and Abhidharma Kosha, composed by Vasubandhu, great Indian scholar, Buddhist scholar, and he says, Lele Jigde not so means due to the karma, all kinds of old system formed, and the world is formed due to karma. And we have this world, Earth, right now. This Earth is the only one has so much water. Most of the other planets, no water, as far as we know. And there's no water in Mars, there's no water in the moon, and there's no water in the sun, and where else? And of course, there are other planets where they have water, far away, way out there. People don't even, astronomers and scientists still don't know. And there's no, too far away, right? Although Abhidharma, Buddhist teaching text, cosmology talks about there are 100,000 Earth like this one, something similar, and where there's a life. That's amazing when you think about that, and kind of mind-boggling, right? There's over there, out there in the universe, 100,000 Earths like this one, similar like this, life. Maybe some of them, one of these, or some of them, maybe what we call the Pure Lands, maybe, who knows? And different realms, right? Anyway, so all the different systems of the world is formed, different kinds of life is here because of karma, yeah, group karma and collective karma. That's Simji Chintung Le. The better word we say, Simji means sentient being. Chintung Le, collective, lay created the conditions by the collective of human being, right? See, when we talk about conditions, collective karma, see, we do know one thing, why the climate has changed, right? And getting hotter and hotter every year, and the glaciers are melting, and there's a drought everywhere because of collective karma, where what we have done to the earth by ourselves. We created so much pollution, built so many houses, concrete buildings, skyscrapers everywhere, and highways, and boats, and so many garbages everywhere, and so much pollution in the ocean. There are so many garbages down there, so many animals like whales and dolphins, all kinds of animals, in this, all kinds of stuff, and wires and cables and plastic and dying, and Earth is suffering. We created this by our cosmic karma, right? And one chief, an American Indian chief called Seattle, Chief Seattle said, the white man will be drowned in his own garbage. He will drown in his own garbage, and that's what he said. And he said, people buy land, sell land. We belong to the earth. The earth doesn't belong to us. How can you sell land and buy land? We belong to earth, Mother Earth. We don't earn earth. You can't sell land. You can't buy land. What actually means, you can still buy it temporarily, but ultimately, when you die, then you're done, and you don't earn it. You just go, right? Who knows where you're going? And anyway, so I'm talking about karma, right? Karma is very subtle, and we have saying nobody knows all the details of karma. Only person who knows about everything about karma is the Buddha. Buddha is enlightened. Buddha has an omniscient mind. Tibetan word, he said, Tamje Chemba. Tamje Chemba means all knower. Sanji, Sanji Madashi, Sanji Madashi Chingma. Sanjay Kandishu, Sanjay Sungurvatan, if you ask the Buddha can tell you everything. And what has happened, what's happening. I'll tell you one story. You probably heard this story. I said before, And one man, he was very old. He was in his late 80s or 90s. And the first time he met Buddha. And then he was very happy that he met Buddha. But then at the same time, he was very sad. He cried and he was laughing and crying. So someone asked, why you are so sad? And he said, well, I did not have an opportunity to meet Buddha when I was young. Now I'm too old, too late, and to do anything, to practice Dharma, I don't have much time left. That's why I'm sad and more sad. But I'm happy at the same time. At least I met the Buddha right now. I'm receiving the blessings from the Buddha. So I want to know what is my karma. I got a peculiar karma, right? Why now I meet the Buddha, right? I didn't meet when I was younger. So then he asked the Buddha, and the Buddha said, I don't think I will tell you, I can tell you why. But if I tell you that your past life, your karma, you will have shock. You might have a heart attack. That's very scary what happened. And the good and bad, both. So then he was very smart and very excited. He begged the Buddha, please tell me now. I want to know. But the do naltines. Making go you Lord judge you go to Karinchina. Sanjin Jedo, the Jadom Shaji to a Shenji, and Amudada. I Sanji Shaji to a Shenji to God, then cautious him Jewish. Sanjin Jedo, because of Mushu and Ajiwushu, Gatachin, Gamugan. And it in the Boruji and Mudix. Michi Joe Mun Karimas. Not Zandaba Sanjin Manjero was. Logan Gores. Minjugan Jay and the Church and Yamnachi Kogoya, Rayoma Gengore Taro. I Sanjin Jay Tandama Manjera. Karamajevi, Joangama the lay Masa, lay Tajevas, Akumanda. Sekoramun, then Sanji, Michi Sanji Lashu, Sanji Sunguris. Then the Tandaba the Sanji Manjive, Junse Sanji Sunguris. Sanji Shuri. Sanji Shuri, Sanji, Gachoran, Joangama lay, what the nature of Shigame, Shan Chorambe, Ninkendoris. She chairman do that machine Yagreso. That call Mari Madin Sorona, Danga, Jimmy Shigo, Tanaba, Sanji Manjia, Dante Carinas, Chisoronas, Utu Jabdo, Sanji son. They have 1 year asked. So the Buddha said, all right, now I'll tell you now, you relax and, and relax. So don't get scared and don't think it's weird, what kind of weird karma you have. Don't think about it. So, okay, he said, okay, tell me now. So the Buddha said, long time ago, you were born in the valley, but you were you took rebirth as a dung bug. Dung bug. You know what dung bug is? Some bugs they eat in dung, like cow dung. They eat the cow dung, live in the cow dung, and cow dung. So these dung bugs, they eat dung, and there's different kinds of bugs and different worms, because even though it's a dung, it could be still nutritious. Still there's grass in the dung, right? And we see people today drink coffee from civet. The civet coffee that comes from the civet's body. You heard about this? And it's weird, right? And well, they say, oh, the civet coffee is very good coffee. It tastes good and nutritious because it went through the civet stomach. And somebody gave me a bag of civet coffee when I was in Australia. So civet is like a raccoon, small animal, looks like a raccoon. They're in Burma, Thailand, and Malaysia, jungle, these animals live there. They eat coffee beans. Anyway, so this bug is eating dung and live there. And then big rain, summer, like a monsoon, and the flood came. And so the dung was washed away by the flood. Bugs inside the dung, he was washed away. He didn't know. And then what happened? Accidentally, this dung went around and through the flood. There was a stupa in the middle of the valley. And then the dung went around, circumambulate the stupa many times like this. So he made a connection with the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. He didn't know what it meant. Now, Sanji, that channel ya wunye as chora jiwa ngama tene nyowa yorwa, aju nyowa gina lambuchi, Buddhi jiwa lambres, jiwa se da nyowa se jiwa se de kambu tirawa, nyowa se de lomba tirawa, man prail tene se jiwa da nyowa. O jiwa na la tene buja, di jiwa len tene, de tene nima chaba shu, tane chaba tane, chu ma ke nyowa 좋아도 좋게 디나 코나 디나 여러 근데 뭐 농변달 초대죠 초대인데 꼬라점 죽이 꼬라 먹보지 않는데 초대인데라 꼬라제는데 사랑랑 죽이 제가 말되네 내게네 초대인 꼬라제는데 저한테 초사 그래서 개와치 정말 딜되네 아니 전화 다리 산지게 그래서 하다 봐도 만지고 준신데 저랑 등로로 와 물어 그래서 네, 묘하게 물어. 근데 얘들 저렇게 쉬고 뭐 주제야 용만 겨만. 근데 제를 내가 단다 산진지고 이제 초딩 버려져. 근데 제를 소. 고 항상. 정보 항상. So the Buddha said, because your past life was a dung bug, you didn't have a chance to practice Dharma. You don't know anything about Dharma, right? That's why you're so late. But because you accidentally you did the circumambulation of the stupa, that's why you met Buddha now. So he shook his head. Oh, mine. Oh, mine. Oh, mine. Oh, mine. Well, what a karma, you know. When you're talking of karma, at least I saw Buddha now. So he said, Buddha, please, I take refuge to you. You say me, and from now on, I'll never reborn as a bugs or insects and animals. I want to reborn a human being, precious human rebirth, and please help. What can I do now? Buddha said, come with me, meditate. And Buddha said, now you're old, but you're actually wise. And Buddha said, do you know the body? He said, yes. Do you know speech? He said, yes. Do you know your mind? He said, yes. And then Buddha said, cultivate awareness of the body, speech, and mind. Meditate on mindfulness of body, speech, and mind. From now on, the next few years, whatever remaining of your life, you should practice virtues of the body, virtues of speech, virtues of the mind. Don't create any negative karma. So he followed the Buddha's teaching. And then, I don't know how many years he lived, but before he passed away, he reached realization, Dharma realization, good realization, some kind of bodhisattva, maybe arhat or bodhisattva, something. And for a short time, right? Because he was so fortunate. He received teaching directly from the Buddha right there, right? And so, due to the power and blessing of the Buddha, I'm sure lots of his karma is gone, negative karma is all purified. So, 다 경고 차 시간을 네베 다준비 공부 토벌스 승부도 다준비 공부에서 단지 공부 다 년도 네베 미베 파워정 버시다 정말 거라 소소게 저된 거라지야 근데 섬도 요말 무로 이나에 다 레게 근데 레싱 근데 하고야 말이 레싱 빼면서 trouble. So we're talking about karma. It's interesting, karma. When you think about what has happened to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha in India, Tibet, China, Asia, right, and Russia, and all those places, the world, Buddhism has been always casualty of aggression by other groups, other forces, other armies, Buddhism, because Buddhist people are pacifists. We don't fight against or survival of our religion, sake of religion. We don't have such thing called Buddhist jihad, trying to say Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, let's go and fight and start war, right? We don't believe this kind of stuff. So Buddhism was wiped out in India by the Mughals and the Turks and Tajiks. Buddhism is totally wiped out in India, right? And then communist Soviet Union wiped out Buddhism in Mongolia, and then communist China and Cultural Revolution wiped out Buddhism more or less in Tibet. Those years, like from 1959 or 19, start in China, started in 1948 and 49 and on until the 80s. And now Buddhism is gone, but now it come back again. Now it's coming back, you see. And so many people in China practice Buddhism. In Tibet, there are so many monasteries reopened, even though there are lots of restrictions. But, more or less, people just do their own practice. Monasteries reopen, and Buddhism always come back. And in Mongolia, and Buryatia, and Russia, and there are lots of monasteries reopened, right? And history repeats, as we say. And so it's an interesting in karma, right? It's all karma, what has happened. So this is not first time in Tibetan history. And there was a Tibetan king called Langdharma, the young bull. His name is young bull. He was a non-Buddhist. He was actually born. He hated Buddhism. He wiped out Buddhism in Tibet for 75 years. In Tibet, many monks they run away from Tibet to China, to refuge down to China or up to Kashmir, India. And then after that, they come back. This is Tibetan history, long time ago. And Buddhism died in Tibet. This guy, he started like a cultural revolution or like a Taliban style, He actually defaced the Buddhas, put their nose, statues, and fingers. We have statues of Buddha in Tibet called that punished by the king Langdharma. So the fingers are Buddha missing. Langdar, Lang King, Jabu Langdharma, Timpons, under the Yoro, under Tanzu, the Shab, Timothy Dusha. The Dikunda Suvire, and Pix over that. Under Nimba Nimba, in Tibet, you say, this is a real antique because it's punished by King Langdharma, you see, and old statue. Okay? Like in Japan, this sort of thing happened too, because the Meiji, the king, Japanese emperor called Meiji Shinto revival, and punished the monks, forced monks to drink sake and disrobe them and get married and this and that. Buddhism gone down, because of Meiji's emperor. It's not because he want really revive Shinto, but it's just doing his own power thing, reuniting people together and make himself the powerful king or emperor or whatever. The same kind of thing. Politics always seem like that. And so this is karma, collective karma. And Buddhism always comes up. And communism is dead, but Buddhism come back, you see. And well, who knows? Again, maybe Buddhism die again, maybe communism come back. Whatever, we don't know. We don't know anything about karma. Whatever happens, it's happened. And one thing Buddhism don't die now is because now we have all the teachings on social media, teachings in the clouds, on computers, sutras and tantras, and everything. And see, lots of libraries are burned down, libraries are destroyed. For example, in India, the Mughals, the Turks, and the Tajiks, and the army come down, the Muslims burn down the Nalanda monastery, destroy all the three great monasteries, Takshila, Vikamalashila, and Nalanda, all destroyed. The library was burning for 6 months, Nalanda. 6 months, the library just burning. And but now we have digital libraries, and we are safe from fire as long as there's electricity and whatever. And so Dharma will be always shining. Dharma will be always safe, which is fortunate for all sentient beings. It's good. And so I'm talking about karma, right? Lay. So generally speaking, according to Lamrim, we have what we call virtues karma and non-virtues karma, right? 10 virtues karma and 10 non-virtues karma, as you know. Many of you already studied Lamrim. I don't need to talk about all the details. And so 10 virtues and then 10 non-virtues, the opposite. And so during Lamrim, we should meditate on karma, right? Our own karma, my own karma. And whatever, if you have many problems in life, health problems, financial problems, relationship problems, and whatever problems you have, it's a karma and nobody else fault, my own karma. So if I want to have a good life and good health, good opportunity to practice Dharma the rest of my life, I have to watch my karma. I have to be very careful not to cause problems for myself or for others, right? Practice mindfulness of karma. We have to be very careful. Whatever we do, right? In everyday life, moment by moment. This is why we have vows. We have refuge vow, bodhisattva vow, and tantric vow. We do 6 session Guru Yoga, go through all the vows every day. Yeah. So if you don't remember everything, all the details about the vows, but just you by your own instinct, by your own mind and common sense, you know what is virtues, what is non-virtues. Bottom line is body, speech, and mind. That's what the Buddha said to the old man. Do you know your body, your speech, your mind? So if you practice mindfulness, awareness of our body, speech, and mind, then we can take care about our karma of this life. We can change our karma, turn around. Right? And so cultivate mindfulness. So dine ma ta chendela kare yungu yoba ta maungbala kare yungu so la ya lebro dine jani ta legi kola dine number member se le migewa dikwa sa dine sim gewa duya la dine be kang tu che so we try to do our best to cultivate merit, good karma as much as possible. I'm trying to avoid negative karmas of the body, speech, and mind, trying to avoid them as much as possible. Now, I'm not talking about future, and now, and because everyday life, we live now, now is the only thing, it exists. The Buddha said, future is not sure. We don't know future. Future is not here. Past is gone. Only thing is now. Now the only thing is exists. Right? So now we take care of our body, speech, and mind. Practice good karma and meditate on karma actions. So this is the vows. You see, some people don't understand what is these vows. Refuge vow, bodhisattva vow, tantric vow. This is some kind of rule made by the lamas to keep people together and like a crowd, It's like you have these animals, sheep and goats keep inside the corral and controlling, some kind of controlling thing. No, that's just because if you think like that, your mind is too cynical, too skeptical. And everybody has to keep the vow themselves. And the lamas, teachers, gurus, they have to keep their vows too. That's why they have to do their confessions. We do self-initiation. Those who have tantric vows, we do tantric self-initiation. So you do Vajra Yogini self-initiation, Chidamanitara self-initiation, Imantaka self-initiation. If you once a month or whatever, right? So then when you do the self-initiation, you purify the broken vows, broken samaya. See, and according sutra, for example, monks and nuns and lay, as I said yesterday, and they have to do the confession every fortnight. And it doesn't matter who you are, high lama or a senior monk or young monk, novice, everybody have to do that. Likewise, bodhisattva vow or tantric vows, we do self-initiation. I'm going to talk about Chidamanitara self-initiation next weekend. I think, if I'm correct, on the schedule. And self-initiation is very good. What it means that you don't have to take initiation from the guru, you take the initiation from the Tara, from the mandala, because you have done the mantra, you have done the retreat, right? So in order to do self-initiation, you have to do retreat first. You have to do a mantra retreat, minimum 100,000 mantra plus 10,000 wisdom shower mantra. The Namjing Gelong the Gitsu, Sojung Soyo, Shawachi or the Ni Nil, and the Dawachi, Sojung Temani, Shadom Chi, Shawachi. Hang Chanju simply Domba and Naga Domba, then Sangag, Tamsit and Nyamba Suju, Minyama Kone going to pay either, and Danju Lango, Danju. You take Danju, Nanju met Danju, and then Joe Danju Lango. Or the Chawa Danju Chavala, and some then Dawachi, Dundani, Mantala, need and boom Chida, Yishin Banga teaching or something. Nanju Mag some Devena, Nanju Manga. The teaching then decide. Then you for example, Vajra Yogini, you do this Vajra Yogini mantra, 100,000 plus wisdom shower mantra, 10,000. It's quite simple. It only takes 2 weeks. Or if you do Chitta Manitara retreat, again, same one mantra, right? Om Tari Tutu Saw, short mantra, and a beautiful mantra. You do that, 100,000 mantra, wisdom shower, 10,000 wisdom shower mantra. It takes you only 2 weeks. Some people can do really fast, 10 days. Depends on you. Some people recite very fast, some people very slow. And so then you are qualified, once you've done the retreat and at the end do the fire puja, right? Then you are qualified to do self-initiation. You don't do retreat, 100,000 mantra, you are not qualified to do self-initiation. So you have to do the self-initiation. And then it's purify, renewing. So what happens is when you do self-initiation, renewing your vows, and then rebuild, purify the broken vows, broken samayas. So this is why self-initiation is very, very important to do, and to purify. Again, go back to the karma, purify our karmas. Whatever karma that we have created, non-virtuous karma, 10 non-virtuous karma, and broken bodhisattva vow, or broken tantric vow, or broken guru yoga, right? So you have a vow of guru disciple vow, right? So people do break guru yoga vow too. How do you break guru yoga vow? Well, you could have a negative mind towards your guru, and also unable to follow guru's advice, and sometimes do the opposite of what guru tells you, doing the opposite, right? And things like that, and especially some negativities. Your mind is influenced by some people who are against your guru or against the lineage, against tradition, and then you're influenced, and then you break the samaya. Samaya means commitment of the guru, right? Tamsik nyam, in Tibetan word we say tamsik nyam. Tamsik is samaya, Tibetan word. Nyam means, decrease your samaya. And then it will become a problem. It's like blocking realizations. And once you've broken samaya with the guru, samaya with idam, and then it's like a blocking your way. It's like you're driving along the highway or going up the trail. Suddenly the landslide, you can't go anywhere. You're stuck until the road is clear. I go for hiking a lot with my friends in BC, So when you go hiking in the mountains, you make sure you carry a chainsaw with you, or a sharp Japanese saw, knife, something you can cut the tree. When you go up in the mountain, and then 4 hours or whatever, and turn around, come back, suddenly big windstorm and tree fall. That's it. You can't drive now. What are you going to do? You have to think about this. Emergency, right? If you have to walk, maybe take 10 days, week, who knows? You might, no food, no water. Then you might run into the bears. and you end up become food for the bears. You never know. And so you take chainsaw or some kind of saw with you and blanket of food, emergency blanket, food and vitamin supplement, something, you know. And people get lost easily. And I have a friend, he was a school teacher. He went for hiking with a friend in wintertime, and he disappeared. His friends disappeared. Suddenly cloud came, mist, fog, and separated themselves. So then he got lost himself, didn't know what to do. So he decided not to walk anymore because you get exhausted. So what he did is he put his plastic sheet above part of the tree, and he was standing there and just standing, moving around all night, standing, moving, keeping him warm and hoping his friends, somebody will find him. So next day, after 14, 15 hours, 20 hours, whatever, somebody found him and they spotted him. And I was lucky, right? So anyway, now, the vows, I'm talking about the vows, are guidelines. They're like the vows are, I give example like a fence, like you have fence. In English, we have saying good fence makes a good neighborhood. And and you have a fence, right? Like that, you have a vow, you study the vows, refuge vow, bodhisattva vow, tantric vow. And then it's like a fence so that you don't go beyond, you don't commit negative actions. It's like protection. This is why we take vows. Okay, have a lay vows, monk vows, vows of the nuns, and so on. 그래서 장주 선배 동바, 점주 동바, 장주 선배 동바, 하는 거 동바 쉬고요래. 이게 철롱이나 게롱 게수 동바다. 매제 보모들라 점주 동바, 장주 선배 동바, 나도 뭐도 여러와 동바 쉬고 진짜가 동바 세야 되기 팀으로는 지니 남아도 지 밀라마 마셔디 냅제셔 선들이 힘드는 서셔드는 말에 소소소소 괜히 미그랑서 동바랑 그세게 남이 쓰여와 소소소소 괜히 동바도야 오수기는 소소 개와 두야 고가브라게 디과 디과 해야겠더니 고가 연구용 말이 네 그래서디 동바 송이나 동바 송세야 동바 만들 내 제초그래 내 제초그 말이 송거로 와 we have saying in Tibetan proverb Dik Rangsung Domba Rangkur, which means you yourself have to follow the rule. You yourself have to keep the vow. Nobody else going to do for you. And you can't do for somebody else. I can't say, hey, Charmin, I will keep your bodhisattva vow. I will keep your bodhisattva vow. You don't have to think about it. I will keep for you. I will keep your refuge vow. I will keep your guru yoga. You don't have to think. You can go around, mess up, muck around with your karma. I will keep for you. It doesn't work like that. I can't do that. Right? You have to do it yourself. I can't create good karma for you. I can create some condition for you. Condition for creating good karma. Condition for to do practice. I could say, you come and I'll give you a cabin, I'll give you food, I'm going to lock you in for the next 3 weeks. I will create a condition for you. I will give you a whole bunch of apples, and you eat the apples and drink some juice, you will survive. Or a bag of rice. Eat some rice and eat some apples. You'll survive. Okay, and I'll give you some bok choy. Eat rice and bok choy, and you'll survive. Right. And I can create some condition for you, but you have to practice yourself. Okay. My father and practice inside the jail in Tibet during the Cultural Revolution, nighttime practicing with the Gaden Rinpoche. One time he was caught doing prostration. The guard said, what are you doing? You're not allowed to do this stuff. He said, I'm doing exercise. I'm doing the exercise. It was taught by Chairman Mao Zedong. And I'm singing the songs taught by Chairman Mao Zedong. And the garden knows, of course. And anyway, my father was lucky because he ended up with several lamas, Rinpoches, inside the jail. So they practiced all night, meditating, doing mantras. And he was so grateful. And then he come out after 20 years, after the cultural revolution. And I met my father twice in Tibet. And that was wonderful. Ngay bawa yoro pearl zongan ala. Diring zongan lunji shina badere. Zongan de dini Quran la be chengin donju shina. Ana nga zu kaji vela ma ngarum bu chingi shwa. Man kolandu na pingin. Odi nyam zu zongan la. De dala ma shinda ji yor. Ni sana kola ba um ja shindu man de. Ni ande zong yoro. Igun na ma de nden chong mardas. 지금 저는 진동도 정말이스. 아주 공연당 루스를 듣는 그건 조금 말했어. 그 하면 등급행에 배 해당 되겠어. 해당 그 만든 거 해당 되겠어. So it was a karma. It's all everything is karma. So I'll leave here now. If you have any questions about karma, meditation, retreats, sub-initiation, whatever, if you have a question, you're most welcome.
Questions.
Yes.
I have a few questions.
Yep.
You mentioned about collective karma, and I feel like the collective karma is deteriorating and degenerating so much. There's a high possibility of famine and war in the future. And what kind of merit we can generate to help us survive that? That's my first question.
Yeah.
My second question is there anything we can do that can absolutely guarantee we will not fall into the lowest way round that we can do in our current life? The third question is like there was a lot of excitement during the meditation on the contemplating and meditating on impermanence. And then I'm wondering, do you have any advice in reducing excitement in meditation? Well, I guess just in life too. I have a lot of excitement and greed. So how
Excitement and
greed? Isn't like excitement like
greed.
A sign of greed? Like a lot of
Oh, okay.
my first question is about karma.
Okay, let's wait now. And, you have all these questions. Let me answer one by one. Otherwise, it get mixed up and could be mixed up. So the first question is about global and collective karma, right?
Yes, war and
So war and famine. So well, you must not think I'm only one person. The world is so big and so many people. And how can I do? What can I do to prevent, right? And global karma and the global problems and this and that. That's actually, well, it's kind of interesting thought, right? And but one must not think like that. If everybody thinks that way, then nobody's going to do anything to the world, right? So we are all part of the whole global society, human being. So there is if you do one, we have a saying, one drop of water makes the ocean bigger. If you put a drop of water in the ocean, how much you can do, right? But it does something. And there was a story, one man who was walking along the beach. There was hundreds of starfish washed out from the shore by the storm. So these guys are taking one by and putting back to the ocean. So someone said, "You're silly. You can't do too much." And maybe another storm will come, wash back. And he said, "No. If they live here too long in the sun, they'll die. I'm going to do this, take it out, put it back, because although I cannot take all the starfish, put it back, but it makes a difference for this starfish, for this one. If I put back 5 starfish, it makes a difference for the 5 or 10. And I can't do everything, but it makes a difference for them. So this is a good attitude, right? So like that, you say to yourself, I will do what I can. I will do my meditation on loving kindness for the world. I will do the mantra of Tara for the world. I will keep vows and precepts for the world to overcome. So that's good. You do that, and somebody else does that, and maybe 10 people, 20 people, 100 people doing the same thing, then it does have some influence, right? It does make a difference. Now, the second question was,
Not to go to the lower three realm, is there any way to guarantee it?
guarantee. I know.
And I heard there's something called Tadro.
What?
Tadro, I think it's Tagdrol. Tadro. It's like liberation on touch.
Oh, Tarba, maybe Tarba. Well, there is no guarantee. Okay, it's like when you go to insurance, there's no guarantee. Usually they say, well, it's act of God. We can't do anything for you. Sorry, your car is gone, your gazebo is wiped out, and it's out X of God, this and that. They use the word of God suddenly. They don't want to pay you. And anyway, they say nothing is guaranteed. Life is nothing guaranteed. So like that, in this life, there's no guarantee. So how can you have next life guarantee? We don't know, right? So I think, as I said before, if you want to know about next life, you look at your mind. So that's the best thing. We can't really do things saying, "Oh, I'm going to do now that in the future I can guarantee that I will not reborn as in the lower realm." There is nothing. I don't think you can do anything like that kind of a fixed thing, right? Guarantee. And well, who will say, okay, now it's guaranteed? Okay, your guru is not going to say to you, it's guaranteed now. And Buddha won't tell you it's guaranteed. There's no guarantee, samsara, right? And then you shouldn't worry too much about not having the certificate guarantee. Oh, yeah, the guarantee. But I think the best thing you do is practice whatever you can, right? Cultivate mindfulness of the mind so that you don't create negative karma for the future and reborn in the lower realms and so forth. That's the best thing.
Okay.
And the third question
is how to get better and not having that much excitement during meditation.
Excitement is actually excitement is a good one, and you need to have some excitement or inspiration. I would use the word inspiration. If you have excitement for Dharma practice, it's a good sign, and which is good, and which means what we call the riksepa in Tibetan word. Riksepa means your potential ripening. Your Buddha nature is ripening now, and for example, some people when they meditate, they get goosebumps and they start crying and shaking and things like that. And sometimes they start fainting. And this happens to some people when they receive initiation, right? And it's so powerful, start fainting, start having goosebumps, crying. That's actually all good sign. In Tibetan, we say lun babudang, means having goosebumps and crying, and those are sign of, we say riksepa, means you waking up from your past karmas, and that's a good sign. And some people kind of see the negative way, what's wrong with this woman, crying and going into fainting, and something bad thing is happening. And it's not the way it is. That's happened here. When my teacher, Kaka Rinpoche, giving initiation, this lady started fainting. And then some people thought, oh, one woman got out run. And this one happened to her as well. It's like contagious, And then my teacher said, no, that's not a bad thing. Majing loved her. When she first received church initiation, she was screaming and she was levitated. Screaming and levitated at the same time. And then she took off. She's gone. She didn't need the initiation anymore. He's gone, right? And Shantideva did the same thing. He levitated above the throne in Nalanda and then gone, take the call. So anyway, excitement is a good sign. But then at the same time, I understand why you're asking the question. Too much excitement, it could be also a little bit distracting your body, mind, and then you maybe you have some difficulty to concentrate, right? Okay, because you get excited, right? And it's like a kid, going into the candy shop and excited, eating too much all of a sudden, and excitement, right? And but those kind of excitements will subside. And generally speaking, my answer is excitement is good. What's the fourth question?
The first question is about the dumb veto. Because my understanding about karma is that it has to engage with your mind for it to be like an actual karma.
Right.
The dumb veto is circumambulating the stupa is accident, then how can it create actual karma?
Right.
For example, if $20 fell out of our pocket and a homeless person picked it up, our mind is not engaging with the act of generosity, so there's no act of generosity karma, right? Wouldn't that be similarly to the Dambito circumambulating the stupa?
Well, what you have to understand is when you study, you should study Lamrim more. And there's a karma where we talk about creating karma intentionally. Also, we have a creating karma unintentionally. So this dung beetle created karma unintentionally. He doesn't know because the flood made him go round and round. Yeah, unintentionally you created karma. Okay, so it's like when you accidentally you drop $20 from your pocket, next fellow picked up, and he can buy his lunch, right? So then it's good karma on both sides. And well, you created karma, and the other guy has got lunch. So maybe it's good karma. Otherwise, you find the money, right? It's good karma. I was in Bank Taylor one night. I looked around the floor. There was $60, $325, $20. So I said, I can't put it back, and I could put it back in my own, but I don't know who dropped this money, right? And then I thought, oh, I should go and give it to the police. But the police probably put it in his own pocket. And he doesn't know who gave it to him. We don't know whose money is this, right? So I said, okay, I know what to do. I'll just send this money donation to the monastery in India. I keep it, send it. So it's good karma, good for everybody. And so, yeah, there's unintentional karma, okay? Well, there's one more question?
That's it.
Okay, good. All right. So we have a lunch break. Oh, what's your question?
I have a question about the requirements for the White Tara empowerment.
Yes.
I'd just like to know more about taking refuge.
Yeah.
Taking refuge, it's not something you do once. The people who are taking the empowerment with you receiving it, they take refuge at the time, and then you make a commitment to withhold that vow.
Yes. When you take White Tara initiation, first you have to take a refuge vow. Okay. I give a refuge vow, and then I give a bodhisattva vow. White Tara is Kriya Tantra. You don't have to take tantric initiation. So you have to keep the refuge vow and bodhisattva vow always, or basically the rest of your life. You have to study. You should study the vows, details, and then you take the initiation, and then you do the mantra, do the sadhana, and I don't give a lot of commitment. You do the sadhana whenever. Sadhana means the little booklet in the manual book about the practice of White Tara, visualization and all that. That's the mantra. You do that whenever you can, and then do the mantras. White Tara is for longevity and good health. Okay.
So it could be a place to start for
Yes.
me if I'm interested in getting to know this path more.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
So it's good to start this way. White Tara is she's a goddess and Buddha and for long life, and this is a wonderful way to start your begin your refuge vow and bodhisattva vow and initiation. And there are many initiations, different initiations, but White Tara initiation is was a good one to start with. Okay, good. Yes.
Once we complete a mantra retreat and it's time for a fire puja,
Yes.
is this a special ceremony? And if so, how do we access a fire puja?
Fire puja, how do you do the fire puja?
Yes, is it a ceremony I can do on my own, or if it's something that's
You know,
offered?
if you haven't done before, you need help.
Okay,
You can't do yourself.
okay,
Too complicated. It's not simple. It's not like a campfire. Go out there in bush and gather some wood, And no, you have to have the mandala fire puja. You have to make mandala, and then you have the offerings, and you have to have all the different ingredients. There's 12 different offerings, seeds, rice and sesame seed, mustard seed, so kusha grass. It's not easy, simple one. So you need help. Need help from somebody who done this fire puja before,
okay.
and you have to do some outside, and you can't do in somebody's backyard because the neighbors will get upset. And you go somewhere in the countryside, somewhere, up in the, or over there, Toronto Island or somewhere, you have to get permits saying, I need to do a little barbecue or something. Okay, we have people who can help you.
Okay,
Yes,
here in Toronto?
yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
yes, Brian.
Bruce, just about the fire puja. So, is there an amount of time that it needs to happen after your retreat is finished? Do you have to complete a fire puja within a certain amount of time, like 3 weeks? 6 weeks, something?
Well, the best thing is to do fire puja as soon as possible. So the rule is, once you've done the retreat, until you do the fire puja, you have to do every day minimum one session, one sadhana, one session. The mantra, you must not break that. So therefore, sooner is better, right? So within 3 days, 4 days, a week, but you have to do one session. Normally, when you do retreat, you have to do 4 sessions. So this time, you do one session, do the mantras. Yeah.
In your autobiography, you tell several stories. One is about your grandfather
Mm-hmm.
being involved in a border dispute and showing you his sword with a notch missing. As if being in a fight with someone. And another story was your father joining the resistance. And you even tell a story of when you were a young Tulku and you were being picked on by another monk. And you
Yeah.
threatened to hit him. So my question is,
Yeah.
when is it okay to fight?
Well, the word fighting is an interesting word, right? We have self-defense, offensive and defense, self-defense or offense. That's a big difference. For as a Dharma practitioner, we must not do offensive things, attacking, and due to your anger or racism, or whatever, whatever delusion, negativities, we should not do. But self-defense, you should defend yourself for your health, your family, friends. If somebody is going to hurt your children, you have to protect your children, right? Or your property. And you don't have to go and harm the other person and destroy or whatever, but you have to do what we call skillful means. You have to bodhisattva, skillful means. We have many stories like bodhisattvas and did things like for self-defense, protecting sentient beings. You heard, I'm sure you heard this story. There was one man, he was going to do the horrendous thing, mass murdering, like we call this big guy with the big stuff. And the bodhisattva, former lifetime Buddha, decided to murder this guy because then he can save this whole group of people, 500 people. So you kill one guy, save 500 people, right? Otherwise, 500 people will be just life was lost. So you take that karma upon yourself. And so this guy who's going to kill 500 people, and you kill this guy, and so that he won't have chance to create horrendous karma of killing 500 people, right? This kind of thing is very complicated, right? Story about Padmanabha, see? She killed her son and ate it. And then because he's joined his father, evil father, he's going to destroy Buddhism in Sri Lanka. So he should just thought, well, I should just murder my son, otherwise he will kill so many people, destroy Dharma in Sri Lanka. So she did, and then she jumped on her mule, and she took off, and the father came after her, shot the arrow, and miss her, and hit mule's body, and then suddenly I showed up instead of hole and cut and bleeding, and suddenly I shows up on the mule's body, some kind of magic, right? And then she took off across the canal there, not canal, the southern India, we call it, I forgot the name of the place, called Jaffna Peninsula, go up and up India, all the way to Tibet. She took off. She became a protector, Kali Devi. And anyway, so, yes, so things like that. And my grandfather was protecting his clan, fighting, and my father was fighting against the communist army. And then one Lama said, "Don't fight anymore now. We're going to be killed, surrender." So he surrendered. Then he was captured. POW went to jail.
Because Gaden Lama and Bodhisattvas,
So
Gaden Lama was already a Bodhisattva.
Lama at that time,
Yeah, so they have wisdom. I had no wisdom.
of course, Lama was Bodhisattva. Well, you say you don't have wisdom, but I think you should know what is the right thing, what's the wrong thing. You have some common sense understanding Dharma, right? You have to apply skillful means, whatever. Well, what do you do if somebody's trying to harm your children? You have children, right? So you can't just say, "Oh, I'm Bodhisattva, my kids are Bodhisattva, and we take the blame on me, harm, and you do whatever you want, walk all over the place." You can't do that. You have to do something. Call 911, or you're wrestling the guy and tied him down on the floor, and they call the police. You have to do something. You do self-defense. And have you done martial arts? You done, right? I done too. I used to do Aikido. Aikido is, you do.
I did Aikido with one of Wado and Aikido.
I practiced Aikido, Japanese cultural center over there for 4 years. Yeah. So it was, I like Aikido because self-defense, not offensive. Aikido doesn't have competition. Don't do that in Olympic Games. And it's self-defense. It's a beautiful art. My teacher, Sensei, never let me ask questions. That was hard. One time I asked question, "Come over here." And I grabbed my hand. I grabbed his, he threw me on the ground. I am the other side of the room there. And then I got up, run, and towards him, said, "I arigatou gozaimasu." That was the answer. Good answer.
Rinpoche,
Thank you. Okay, we have
this
lunch
online
break
question
now
for-
until 2:30. It's 1 o'clock now. Yes. There's two ways you can meditate on karma. One, as you said, you can do analytical meditation on karma. That is, you read the book, Lamrim, and then you go through text, point by point or verse by verse, go through, and different kinds of karmas, right? Collective karma, individual karma, and virtuous karma and non-virtuous karma, past life karma, this life karma, the karma of the body, karma of the speech, karma of the mind, and also indirect karma, like we're talking about that dung bug, who he didn't have intention to create karma. And there is also a karma called instant karma, and more or less instant karma, and so, for example, what is instant karma? You go down to the highway and hitchhiking. So if nobody wanted to pick up, that's your karma, instant karma. Or somebody pick you up right away. That's instant karma, kind of like that. Quick. Something happens very fast. When you wish something, and something's happening right there. You get a phone call, said you got a job. And things like that. Those are more like instant karma. So there is also karma that ripening and result of karma ripening, and well, sometimes takes a long time to ripening the karma. Not this life. It takes maybe next life after next. Sometimes it takes a long time. You don't even know which is the cause, which is the effect. So this kind of karma also. And then some karmas takes a cause and effect all happen in one lifetime. Some karmas can happen within 1 month. You create a cause and then it happens quickly. You can see it. This is what I did. Look, now this is what happened to me, right? And something negative thing or positive. So there's a different karmas. You can meditate on that, do the analytical meditation. You read it and then meditate on it, think about. That's what means analytical meditation. It's not a single pointed meditation. So that's that. Then there's another way to meditate on karma is you meditate the karma that you experience in your life. And for example, you have something dramatic, something happened to you, and in your life, whatever it is, and then you meditate on it. Well, it is karma. So you trying to figure out what is the cause or what is the reason you meditate on it without too much analytical inquiring or thinking. Then somehow it becomes clear and clear. You find the answer. Okay, so that's how you meditate it. Or you meditate on karma and without specific label. Okay, this karma, that karma. Just you sit there. Okay, I'm going to meditate on karma. Oh, I want to understand karma. And you do just open your mind and inviting the karma in your mind and the present moment. Or you can pray to Tara or Chenrizik without compassion. And so please help me to understand what is karma in this life. And then the karma you can understand the karma, or some karmas are actually ripening. And some, for example, positive karma is ripening. And so there's different ways to get meditate on karma.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. I understand.
Okay, good. You're welcome. Right? Anybody there does anybody have a question about karma or refuge? Okay, so now I would like to go to the third scope. Well, as I said, there are 3 scopes, right? First scope of Lamrim, you meditate on Guru Yoga, meditate on precious human rebirth, impermanent, death and dying, and karma and so forth. That's the first part of the first scope. and then also taking refuge. Okay. So then second scope, you meditate on samsara, general, so the whole cyclic existence, the rebirth, reincarnation, birth, and old age, sickness, and death, and suffering, and death, and then bardo, this whole what we call samsara, cyclic existence, life of samsara, and go through. Also, when you have time, meditate on the Four Noble Truths and meditate on 12 dependent links, what we call in Sanskrit, Paticca Samuppadara. Paticca Samuppadara, 12 dependent links. That's real when we talk about samsara, you see. And you are the first one, and ninth one is a delusion. Second and 10th one is karma, and the rest of the 7 are suffering. So basically, karma and delusions and suffering. So it's a cycle. You have a delusion, and then delusion creates a karma, and then the karma, negative karma, generates suffering. So then it goes around, and then when you have suffering, and then more delusion coming, and anger and frustration, and grief and trauma, and then asking questions, why this happened to me? Why is this happening to me? And then kind of resentment, anger, and it goes on, and they create another karma and suffering. So this is what we call 12 dependent links. We have a very famous Tibetan Thangka painting. You've probably seen it. It's called Wheel of Life. Thangka, you see. Usually in Tibet, at the entrance of every monastery in the wall, there's the painting on the wall or a Thangka, and it's about 12 dependent links. So the reason why this Thangka is at the entrance, the monastery, is when you go in, before you go inside the temple, at the courtyard or in the next to the entrance. So you see this is samsara here. So now I'm going inside the monastery, inside the temple. I will practice Dharma and meditate. So then I will free myself from cyclic existence, samsara. This is where I go inside, meditate or pray or receive teachings, right? And so when you come out from the monastery, from the temple, after meditation, after receiving teaching, then you feel more liberated, feel better. Then you look at the Thangka, now I feel I'm going to get out from this cyclic existence when you look at the Thangka. And so this is what we call 12 dependent links. The Thangka painting of the 12 dependent links is the very first Thangka, Buddhist Thangka painting. And when you talk about history of Buddhist Tibetan Buddhist art, it's not just Tibetan, Buddhist, entire Buddhist art, and Thangka or art, the history start from time of Buddha himself instructed this for King King Bimbisara, Jabo Zujin Hingbo. So King Bimbisara was the king of Magadha kingdom near Bodh Gaya, Varanasi, and Bodh Gaya, Rajgir. Actually, the kingdom is, palace of the kingdom is in the Rajgir. Raja means king, right? Gir or Gar is the house of the king. Below Vulture's Peak Mountain, you see there's lots of ruins there in the forest. So, King Bimbisara was a disciple of Buddha, and he and King Udayana from West, Udayana, are friends, and they're distant friends. So at one point, King Udayana sent a gift. This is not traditional those days, and give some very precious gift, like some sort of diamond crown, or I'm not sure what it is, sent it to King Bimbisara. So King Bimbisara was very surprised, such an amazing gift. was sent by King Udayana. So then he felt that he should send something in return, but he didn't know what to send. He found this gift he got is priceless, and he can't really find anything that is comparable to this gift or with this gift. So then he didn't know what to do. His minister or wife said to him, "You should ask our teacher. Teacher will give advice." And so King Bimbisara thought this is right. So he asked the Buddha, okay, and he said, oh Guru, my teacher, I'm old teacher, I received this precious gift from King Udayana. King Udayana is the west, birthplace of Rupa Masambhava. Now is in Pakistan, west of Pakistan, near the border with Afghanistan. And but Udayana in Tibet, we say Ujjain or Urjain, depends on the pronunciation. Udayana. So that time King Udayana was not a Buddhist. And then Buddha himself gave instruction to Bimbisara. I said, okay, you go bring 16 best artists from your kingdom and bring all kinds of artwork, art tools, So then he did, and then the Buddha gave instructions to paint the wheel of life. 12 dependent links. Inside there's 3 animals, the rooster and the pig and the snake. And then there's a white path and red dark path. Some people are going up, some people are going down, and this and that. One, and the upper part, there's the Buddha himself on the right side, pointing his finger to the moon. On the left side is the moon. So the moon is symbol of nirvana, peace. Buddha himself, the teacher. And so Buddha was saying that if you practice Dharma, then you will have peaceful mind, beautiful mind, like the moon. You can get out yourself, free from suffering, from karma, and from delusion, well dependent link. So, and I did this painting, huge painting, and then they loaded on a brute cart and traveled from Magadha to Udayana. I don't know how long it took, maybe a month or 2 months. And so it arrived at King Udayana's court. And King Udayana didn't know what this painting is about. And he had some idea. So then he asked King Bimbisara, send me someone, monk or nun, who can teach this to me. And so then King Bimbisara sent a monk. I think it was a nun, actually. She went there. She gave explaining all this about life, will of life. And then King Udayana suddenly understood will of life and and then he said to himself, okay, I'm going to take refuge to Buddha. I become a Buddhist now. So this is a very skillful way of kind of converting into the Buddhism, right? And, but we actually in Buddhism, we don't have the concept of converting. We call awakening. And, anyway, so King Udayana become a Buddhist. Then Udayana becomes the Buddhist kingdom, When Masamba was born there, Asanga was born nearby, Vasubandhu was born there, Lalita Vajra, Amoga Vajra, and those practitioners of Yamantaka, they would all travel there. Lalita Vajra, he discovered Yamantaka Tantra and 7 texts translated into Sanskrit from whatever the language was at that time in Udayana, some local language. Or that's one way of explaining. And the other way of explaining was it's actually Lalita Vajra received this teaching from Dakini and Vajravatali, the consort of Yamantaka. So Vajravatali, she gave the secret teaching to Lalita Vajra. Lalita Vajra then composed the text and then passed on to his disciple Padma Vajra, and then Amoga Siddhi, and Dipankara Raksha, and so on and so forth. So, yeah. And so this is the history of Thanga painting. And then Thanga paintings become famous in India. And then over the years to Tibet, and then of course in different parts of the world, and China, and so on and so forth. So I'm talking about here about karma, or in fact, and meditation of karma. um, so the karma is a difficult subject, very difficult, right? In one sense, and because to find out how things are connected, the cause and effect. I said sometimes it takes a couple of lifetimes to find out or to go through the whole process. There are some things about karma also not so hard to find out. You can feel what's happening with you, what you're doing, and then what happens to you. It's like it says whatever you do, the cause, the result will be similar. And so it's, I mean, in the daily life, for example, if you go to bed very late, 2, 3 in the morning, and then morning you have a hard time to get up, right? You stay up all night looking at the computers or something, and morning you can't get up, and when you get up, you're so tired. So there you go, karma is right there, cause and effect. Right? It's not so hard to understand. Or eating food, and something is not very good food, and then you get food poison, whatever you want to call, you get sick, and that's karma right there. Okay, and if you eat good food and do exercise, look after your body, you can feel your body is good, healthy. It's cause and effect right there. So that's karma too. It's not so hard to understand, right? And whatever you do, it affects your body, mind, and it affects your relations with your friends, your family, and neighbors, and so forth, and your life. And you can see the result, whatever you do. You can't blame other people, and there's no excuse about it. And so this is karma. So not so hard to understand karma. And yeah, and depends on action, lifestyle. So like that, Dharma practice. And so Dharma practice is meditation. Dharma practice is a way to purify the karma. Okay, so then we have a special teaching, special practice for purification of karma. Earlier, Alina asked a question about purifying karma. So according to Tantra, Vajrayana teaching, one of the powerful practice in purification is Vajrasattva practice, Vajrasattva sadhana, Vajrasattva visualization and mantras. Do a lot of Vajrasattva mantra is a wonderful way of purifying karma. And also prostration is another way of purifying karma of the body. And also purifies the disease, sickness. When you do prostration, it heals your heart, heals your lung, heals your stomach, so the stomach problems and things like that. And we have lots of practice that is especially for purification of karma. And we have Dharma practice that is especially for purification. Delusions, okay, delusions, and mental delusions, mental defilements. So now, after talking about karma, I'm not going to talk about all the details. We don't have time. So now I will move on to the third scope, the great scope, which is the Mahayana practice, Mahayana attitude, and mainly bodhicitta, meditation on bodhicitta. And so meditation on bodhicitta, meditation on 6 paramitas, meditation and shunyata are opponent power for mental defilements, delusions. So purifying delusions, purifying karma of the mind. So, Sumbas, Kiwu Chimba Lamjiramba, no one is now how to talk about the great scope, and that you ding the Tomo Lam Lojani, Lava Sumsuyin, and quality with her. So after meditating on Lamrim and cultivate morality, then you meditate on loving kindness, bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is opponent power for self-centered mind, self-cherishing, and selfish mind. Okay, self-cherishing, selfish, self-cherishing mind, and so self-cherishing, selfish mind, self-centered mind is defilement, you know, and a certain, generally speaking, I think selfish mind or self-centered mind, and is not considered is defilement. It's just part of your mind. You're born like that. Everybody's got their sense of self and ego, me and me, and some cultural actually consider it's good to have this sense of self, strong pride, strong ego, and different kinds of ego. Some Western psychology, like Freud, I think, talk about different kinds of egos. Some egos are good, and some egos maybe not so good. And it depends. Some egos are good, right? So that, but from Buddhist point of view, ego is as an ordinary person, ego is delusion, definitely delusion. Unless you're the bodhisattva, unless you have Vajra pride, then if you practice have Vajra pride, and then that is kind of ego, but you can say Vajra ego, okay, Vajra ego. And I could say Vajra ego. For example, when you do sadhana of Yamantaka, so you say instantaneously, I arise myself, Vajra Bhairava. I myself become Vajra Bhairava. Okay, so that is ego. What else? I myself become Vajra Bhairava, Vajra terrifier. And I'm the strongest deity, Vajra terrifier, Vajra Bhairava. In Tibetan we say, Dorje Jigje, Dorje Jigje. We don't have anyone in Tibet. I don't know anyone who's called Dorje Jigje. But in Mongolia, you find. I asked one guy, what's your name? He said, Dorje Jigje. What? You call yourself Dorje Jigje? Who gave you the name? My teacher gave me. Dorje Jigje. How do you feel? I said, I feel good. Dorje Jigje. Well, if you feel good, then good, right? So can I say this ego trip? And another guy, I said, what's your name? Dimchok. Dimchik? Dimchok. Dimchok is Hiruka. Dimchik. Dimchok. And the Baba didn't know Mara. Chamin Karin said, not Dorje Jigje. My name is Dorje Jigje. Or Dimchok. And it's almost a bit too kind of too much pride or too much something, right? And anyway, because Mongolian people, they're a background warrior, right? Genghis Khan people, they're very proud and so. And lots of dorje, Vajra in Mongolia, maybe half or a quarter of the men, dorje, big dorje. Previous president of Mongolia, little guy, his name was Ilbek Dorje. Dorje. And it means Dorje, right? Ilbek Dorje. And I was flying to Western Mongolia, and Kunu Airline, they made an announcement. Today we're flying with Captain Dava Dorje. He is the captain. Captain Davadorj. And anyway, yeah. So we call divine pride or Vajra pride. You could say Vajra ego. Usually, sometimes when you talk about ego and English language, there's a kind of negative connotation, right? Ego. This guy is too much ego, right? Right. But then I heard from Burning Freud talk about some pride, egos are good, and what they call let go your ego. Let go your ego. And some people don't want to let go their ego. You need an ego, you need a sense of self. And see, many people are actually suffering without a sense of pride. Many people are suffering with self-confidence. I mean, lack of self-confidence. So many people suffering with lack of self-confidence. And some people have 2 university degrees, 3 university degrees, no pride, no self-confidence. Some people are illiterate, don't even know how to read and write. They've lost pride or self-confidence. Some fisherman or some nomadic guy chasing cows and horses, places like Mongolia, and this guy has lots of self-confidence, And so a lot of people suffer from lack of self-confidence. I wonder why. I thought, why wonder? Why? Because they told me, because this man said he was abused by his teachers or other kids in school, bullying and saying, you're bad, you're no good, and comparing this and then he was comparing with somebody else, and he lost self-confidence, no self-confidence. And that's a problem, becoming. And how do you meditate if you don't have self-confidence? How do you practice DD yoga if you don't have self-confidence? And if you don't have self-confidence, you can't really say, I want to become enlightened. I want to become Buddha one day. And I like to see all the karma is gone, right? You have to have self-confidence. And so that's why we call it, in Tantra, we call Vajra pride. And it's very important. And we call divine pride, divine, holy pride. Divine means holy, right? Divine. But divine and deva, some kind of thing. In Sanskrit word deva, in English word is divine. And there might be some language connection. And so in Tibetan we say, when you do meditation or DD yoga, generation stage practice, in the commentaries of generation stage explained that you need to cultivate divine pride and clear meditation, clear appearance of self as a deity with all the details. And you have to get rid of ordinary perception, ordinary mind, and Tamal Be Shiba, Tibetan word, Tamal Be Shiba, ordinary mind. You have to get rid of it. And like the mind, like saying, I'm no good, I'm not good, I'm bad, this kind of, you have to get rid of all that. You have to generate divine pride. And then, so your appearance, yourself as a deity, then you can accomplish realization. Generation state, that's what, when you say generation, means generating your body, mind as a yidam deity, generate. After the generation stage, then you can practice completion stage practice of Tantra, right? So now the main practice, the essence of the practice of the great scope, Jivu Chenpo, Jivu Chenpo is a great scope, person of the great scope, Jivu Chenpo, meditate on bodhicitta. Okay. And so the bodhicitta is, body means enlightenment, chitta is the mind, enlightened mind. I practice Dharma for the enlightenment, in order to reach enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, generate bodhicitta. So this attitude, when you say, I want to become enlightened Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, that's kind of big ego, right? Big pride. Big promise you're making. Big step, like I'm going to liberate her. I'm going to become liberating. I'm going to liberate all sentient beings. I want to become Buddha. So that's, it's a big statement you're making here. Like, I want to become Buddha, right? I want to become Buddha. You see, when Indian teacher, Osho or Rajneesh, he called himself Bhagavan Rajneesh. And Indian people are surprised that he called himself Bhagavan. Bhagavan means God. And there's no human being who calls himself God. And and then some Western journalists asked him a question, why you call yourself God? And then Osho said, there is no God. How can I become a God? So then why you call yourself Bhagavan? It's just joke. Just joke. It's joke. Anyway, he said at the end of the life, he said, everything, life is joke. I'm dying now, goodbye. It's all joke. And he moved to America, that was joke. He had a 70 Rolls Royce, that was joke. I had thousands, hundreds, thousands followers, that was joke. He went to jail in America and Virginia, that was joke. And went back to India, that was joke, everything joke. And interesting person, very interesting guy. And very smart though, the way he talks is beautiful. And especially when you listen to Hindi, his Hindi is incredible when he talks about life and Dharma and so forth. So beautiful. And very poetic and very, very beautiful. I don't know Bhagavan or Rajneesh. I never met him. But an interesting man. And then there's another man called Krishnamurti, J. Krishnamurti. He was a very interesting person too, but strange person. And they don't like each other. And these two Indian guys don't like each other. And anyway, so when you say, I want to become enlightened Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, that's a big step, big dedication and powerful. Okay. So that itself is healing self-centered mind, healing selfish mind, bodhicitta, right? And so, 看看说讲究什么是讲究什么讲是什么他们这个的三级公布的这个意思，那这边没say same Quran same Jesus same 这边讲清楚。So it says this mind is very very special mind. It's very holy mind. There is a text called Praise to Bodhicitta, written by Kunu Lama. And I met Kunu Lama. Well, I shouldn't say I met. I saw him in Bodh Gaya back in 1970s. He's from Kunu, from northern India, a place called Kunu in Tibet. We say in their language it's called Kappa and Kino. He looks like a very much like Indian, but he's a great scholar, Tibetan scholar, and master of Dzogchen, and he was a great practitioner of bodhicitta. And he was also a Sanskrit scholar. He was Lingam, which is one of his gurus, who studied Sanskrit with him. And he went to Tibet, lived in eastern Tibet, and Dzogchen monastery for years, and then went back to India, lived in the Varanasi near the Ganges along with the sadhus. And he was totally renounced life. And so he wrote this beautiful book called Praise to Bodhicitta. And I'm not sure, I think it's translated in English. And he says, if you listen with the bodhicitta, it's the most beautiful, like a music. If you look at with the bodhicitta, eyes of bodhicitta, You see, everything's so beautiful. And most beautiful thing you can see, if you practice bodhicitta, it makes you most happiest person on earth. And when you eat the food with bodhicitta, the food is delicious. And when you drink water or something, and it's most tasty water drink, whatever you do in life with the bodhicitta, everything is most beautiful. It goes on and on and on like this. And Janju Simbi Dananzi, Janju Simbi Yananzi, Janju Simbi Sona Shimbo, yes, that in the Janju Simbi Tobas Chich, Kunulamas, Yoang Hima, Doji Dana Jungichi, Kunulamarumichi, all the exams you pay, and they call him Kunulama, Kunulamarumichi, from Kunulapa. This place where that Anipema children did a 12-year retreat in the caves. That's the area is called Kunu. And and so bodhicitta teaching come from Shakyamuni Buddha himself, of course. And then we have different techniques of bodhicitta meditation. One technique is called 7 Mahayana cause and effect. And the other one is called exchanging the attitude of oneself with others. Okay. So exchanging the attitude of oneself with others, this is sort of more direct practice, very profound. It was taught by Shantideva Shivala. And so exchange attitude of oneself, which means that normally when you get up in the morning, first thing you think about yourself, right? I had good sleep. Oh, I'm tired. I didn't have good sleep. I'm thirsty. I need the coffee, and I need a shower. I want to do this. I, right? Then throughout the day is me. And then in the end of the day is me. I'm tired. I need to go to bed, or it's all about me. You don't think about so much. You don't think much about others. So when you practice bodhicitta, you have to change that attitude. It's called exchanging the attitude of oneself with others. So instead of thinking about me all the time, this me mantra, and so when you get up in the morning, wake up in the morning, and think about for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will get up. Now I will have a shower. I will drink coffee, tea. Then I will sit and meditate for the benefit of all sentient beings. And for the benefit of all sentient beings, I go to work. I'm doing something meaningful, useful work. And then you come back, and for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will work in my garden, cultivate, grow some healthy food. And whatever is for the benefit of all sentient beings. Semjien Thamjik Tundu in Tibetan word. Semjien means sentient being. Thamjik means all. Tundu means for the benefit. And the bodhicitta, right? And it's very powerful mind. And so exchanging attitude oneself with others. So also it means that I focus my mind more into other people's welfare, and instead of always me, or think less about myself and think about others. So if I think about others, doing something for others, creating merit, then my own benefit will automatically, more or less, naturally, benefited. I will be benefited myself. So I'm part of a sentient being. I'm not excluded. When you say, I'm going to drink this tea for the benefit of all sentient beings, instead of saying, I'm going to drink this tea for myself. And so when you say all sentient beings, you are a part of this. You're a sentient being, part of all sentient beings, right? So this is why we call exchanging the attitude. The attitude. This is how you meditate bodhicitta. Changing the attitude oneself with others. And it doesn't mean I fully give up myself. I don't care anymore. Where am I? And that's not the meaning. It's not like you are neglecting yourself, and it's not like you are being irresponsible. That's not the meaning. And so that's one technique, exchanging attitude with oneself with others. The other one is the technique was taught by Maitreya Buddha and to Asanga, Kaya Asanga. It's called 7 Mahayana cause and effect. So 6 causes and 1 effect, 7. So the 6 causes. First cause of bodhicitta. The very first cause says that one should consider all sentient beings your mothers. Your mother. And what does this mean? So we meditate, you should think about all sentient beings, mothers. Does that mean you have to think all sentient beings are your biological mother? No, for sure, it's not biological mother. Just like we all have only one biological mother. Right? If you have several biological mothers, that would be very confusing. And too complicated, right? And there are several different biological fathers. Don't know who's the father, right? Maybe you have family, you have some polygamy system or polyandrous, whatever. We have those people in Himalayas, polygamies and polyandrous and this and that. The boys, the girls, they don't know who's the father. The oldest one is dad. The other guys are uncles. What else you going to say, right? You don't know who's your father. This woman, your mother has 3 husbands. And in Tibetan tradition, actually, and not very many, 3 husbands, 2 usually, 2 guys. They had 2 brothers, had 1 wife. And some people think that's weird, so kind of not strange, But actually, it's for economic reasons. See what happens? The man has to go for trading, go all the way down to China, to Sichuan province, and bring tea, Chinese tea, Tibetan tea. We call brick tea, square rectangular shaped tea. And there's another kind of tea called shape of mushroom tea. You have to go down by horse and by yak caravan, go down, takes 2-3 weeks, month. Come back, takes about 2 months. The journey takes 3 months. So he's gone for 3 months, 4 months. So then meanwhile, here's your wife and the kids, and who's going to look after, protect the wife and the kids, and what in case there's some thieves or some bandits? We don't have a police. We don't really have a law, and people just live by themselves in the yurts in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so the kids need a father figure, and father. So then what happens? The younger brother, or the older brother stay home as their father. The other guy go on for trade. Then when he comes back and they switch, the other guy goes up north and harvesting salt. You go way up north. Now you go and harvest salt. There's a movie called Salt Men of Tibet. I'm sure you saw it, that movie. It's a beautiful movie. And it's a breathtaking movie. These 3 guys with about 40 yaks. They went, the journey was about a couple of weeks, and then they went to the lake and there was fresh salt, so much salt, and they harvested salt and put in the bags. And then they did a ritual and they made a tormas, they did the prayers, the offering to the spirit of the salt, said thank you for us giving this salt. And then they load it on the yak and bring down, and then they take it down to east to a town like Yushu or somewhere Amdo people's land. Then they trade. So you sell the salt and then you get some grain, this and that. This is how they do. And economic reasons, right? So anyway, father, and you have father, mother, and anyway, think about all sentient beings are my mother. And so then from teaching says, you have been reborn as a living being so many times. I have been born as a human being so many times past. And then there's always mother. Every time when I was born, I was a mother's. I had a mother's, and I had a father's. And then I cannot point finger saying, this person was never being my mother. So these guys were my mothers, this woman was my mother. You can't consider all sentient beings are mothers. So the idea is whether they were mothers or not, but when you think about mother, you have this sort of feeling of motherly love, and as a child, affection, some love and loving kindness is easy to start. Mother, father, like the people here, First Nations people in Canada call the Mother Earth. Earth is mother, right? Doesn't mean biological mother, but it's a mother because we are come from this earth. Our body, mind, food, everything come from this earth, right? And we go back to the earth. We die and then buried in earth and or burned and remade in earth, turn into ashes and then scattered and become food for the plants. And so the earth is mother, right? Mother earth, father sky. And we have one sutra called Salu Jangbin Do about earth and fertilizers and earth and nutrition sutra. It's a very beautiful sutra. Another sutra called Shastra called Chushinki Tenchu, text of earth, Chushin, water and trees, forest, one text. These texts are very valuable and talks about lots about nature and a cycle of life and the earth and how we live on earth, how to give something back to the earth, how to respect the earth, to the mother earth. Don't just take everything, give something back to the earth, preserve the earth and mother earth, right? Repay the kindness of mother earth. So this is the idea, same idea. So first recognize all sentient beings are mothers and fathers. Then you remember their kindness and then repay the kindness through Dharma practice and meditate and love and compassion, bodhicitta. So then the more you practice bodhicitta and self-centered mind or selfish mind will eliminate it. And the self-centered mind, selfish mind is cause of rebirth, cause of samsara. And Shantideva, I think Shantideva's text, Bodhi Sattvacharya Avatara, says the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas have become enlightened a long time ago. And because they practice selflessness, they practice bodhicitta, and they meditate on compassion. This is how they become enlightened. I'm still here in this world, samsara. I'm still confused, and I'm still deluded. I'm still wandering in the samsara, and I'm still groping in the darkness of samsara because I've been selfish, self-centered. I haven't done anything useful for myself. Always my ego deluding, feeding my ego, feeding my delusions, and feeding my inner demons. And haven't done anything useful. And that's why I'm still here. Samsara, wandering in samsara. So I meditate on bodhicitta, meditate on compassion is powerful practice, powerful healing, and what we call lojong in Tibet, lojong, training the mind. So remember, recognize all sentient beings, some mother, remembering kindness of sentient being, then repaying the kindness of sentient being, then meditate on love, and then meditate on what we call supreme wish, and some You say, I take responsibility and I do something now to help all repay and help all sentient beings. Okay, now it's 3:30 almost. So you have any question about bodhicitta meditation or loving kindness? Yes.
Thank you so much, Rinpoche. I have a question about because like bodhicitta and loving kindness are considered in volume 3 of Lamrim, like it's like really advanced practice. Can you still do it even if you haven't finished Nindro, haven't finished a preliminary practice?
You mean meditating on bodhicitta?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't have a samatha yet.
Right.
To practice it.
Yes, you can. You can see the Mondo practice, what we call Mondo in Tibetan, means preliminary practice, right? And the Mondo practice, preliminary practice such as crustacean Vajrasattva practice and Kuru Yoga and so on, are mainly preliminary practice for Tantra or Vajrayana. And so preparation for your mind and body to be ready, to take a big step. And but to do Lamrim practice or first scope or second scope or third scope, meditate in the bodhicitta, you don't need so much Mondo practice. You just go straight into meditation and loving kindness, compassion. Because meditation on bodhicitta itself is like a Mondo in a way. Mondo, you see, it's like, because you need to generate bodhicitta right from the beginning, generally speaking, in Dharma, you see. First motivation, at the end, we call dedication. According to Kadamba tradition, Atisha's tradition, says, whenever you practice, first motivation. What kind of motivation? Bodhicitta motivation. You say, I am going to do this sadhana, that sadhana, or this practice. Even simple practice like yoga, hatha yoga. You see, you can say, I'm going to practice hatha yoga for the enlightenment for all sentient beings. Bodhicitta, you develop bodhicitta mind. And consider all sentient beings are kind, or sentient beings are my mothers and fathers and so on. You can. And you can meditate on loving kindness, bodhicitta. You can go into the third scope. But then people might have a question again. Question arise. Well, then why you do meditate? Why you practice, cultivate first scope, second scope, if you can go straight into the third scope, right? Well, you have to do the first scope. Second scope is what we call the Lamrim, right? Gradual path. So you have to go up step by step, and you practice, say, Guru Yoga, and practice meditation on impermanent and meditation on death and dying and karma and suffering, all that. It helps. It makes your bodhicitta meditation more meaningful, more powerful way. And but if you don't have a first meditation experience, the first scope, second scope, doesn't mean that you can't practice bodhicitta. Yeah. Yes, right.
Jay, I think I've in my experience and from what I've heard a lot of, there are many people who find the idea of connecting with that mother kind of idea,
Right.
because of difficulties that they've had with their own mother.
Right.
Many people feel abandoned or hurt by them.
Right.
And so on and so on. So could you say a little bit about if that's how somebody feels, how can they really connect with this idea that you're talking about trying to perceive all things as your mother?
Yeah, that's a good question. I had that. People ask those kind of questions before. It's actually an interesting question, right? Because one person said to me, I can't think of all sentient beings like my mother. She was terrible. And she abused me so much. She was so miserable woman. And she treated all my siblings like dirt. She traumatized everybody. And I can't think about all sentient beings like my mother. I'm not going to. And then on the other hand, there's another person said to me, my mother is so good, so precious. She was unbelievable. I never met anybody on this earth like my mother, biological mother. I can't think about all sentient beings like my mother. She's too good. She's too good. I can't do that, you know. Well, they're talking about their feelings, right? Okay, that's fine. That's your feeling. How you feel, how you see it, right? That's okay. There's no problem there. We can't criticize or that's okay. That's how you feel. But that doesn't mean you can't meditate on bodhicitta the way it was taught in Lamrim, And so answer for that when you say someone says, I can't think of all sentient beings like my mother because she was terrible, right? Well, then if you feel your mother was terrible, then you should think about, because then you are deprived, but you didn't have a good mother, right? So now you need a good mother. Now you're going to have a whole bunch of mothers, good mothers, okay? And you shouldn't think, I had only one mother, she was terrible. Okay, but you're going to have many mothers, really good mothers. You have a mother, and you have a, doesn't have to be a woman, also a man too. And it can be a monk, can be Geshe. I have a Geshe mother. I have a monk mother. And when you go to the monastery, all these monks are their mothers, these are the boys. And I know in ceremonies where I grew up, they have what we call, what Gaden means teacher, Gaden. There's a one monk they call Kacha Gaden. Kacha Gaden means someone who is act like a teacher or act like a mother. So what happens? One old monk, he will adopt 6 little boys. So he will ask them, get up in the morning, he will dress them and feed them and wipe their nose and wash their hands. He ended up becoming like a mother. And he ended up becoming a father. Some of those monks, they're really good fathers. They're good monks. And they raised them. And these boys, they are so lucky. You got father and monk who is like a father, monk who is like a mother. So loving and so kind, right? And it's good for those boys. And then for the monk himself, it's good because he never had a wife, he never had a children, biological children, never children. He kind of fulfills himself like, I'm the father now. I got my kids, I got my boys, my kids, right? So nice to have a kid, right? Those of you mothers, father, it's hard to be mother and father, but same time, you get so much love, affection. We're human beings, right? We have offspring, natural offspring. You feel good. You feel very proud of being a mother. You raise good, healthy kids. You've done a lot of work, and so you feel good. I think these monks, they feel the same way. I raised 6 boys, right? And like that, I'm sure like that, I've in the nunneries too. You have old nun, and then there's little nuns. I've been to Zanskar. Irina went there. There's 8 little nunneries in Zanskar Valley. So there was older nuns, and they look after these little nuns, girls. Okay, and this older nun is the mother. Okay, a lot of these nuns and little boys, they're orphaned. I just come back from Kathmandu at Peljeling Monastery. There was about 60 boy monks, and most of them orphans. Okay, and there's another monastery, Segyu Monastery, 160 monks. and 150 monks. They're no guys. And this, I saw, Rabbit took us around and they show us their rooms, their beds, their bunk beds. The beds are terrible. And room is so bad. And there's no bed sheet. So I asked someone, how come there are no bed sheet? Because these boys, they pee on bed. Why are they peeing? Because they're traumatized. They're orphans. You see, when you're traumatized as a kid, and then you have bad dreams, and then you pee. So then they don't want to wash these sheets all the time. They just let them pee, whatever, right? At some point, it's too much. They throw out the mattress and in the garbage and put a new mattress. That's all it is. It's a hard life, right? But at least these kids got good food. They get food. They get education, and they have teachers who they receive love. So they're very fortunate being there, you know. And you see, Nepal is a small country, it's a huge population. So the Nepal need the monks, nuns, reduce the population. And the more monks and nuns you have, population goes down. That's what happened in Mongolia and Tibet. This is one of the Manchu programs. The Manchus and the Ming dynasty, they don't want too many. If you support the monasteries, then there'll be all the smart guys become monks. There's nobody who's going to fight. No wars, right? And it's one of the programs they call. They support the lamas, you know. And they have said, "Ta lama homa." Good lamas, big lamas, good. And anyway, so your question about feeling. So you feel when you feel I don't want to think everybody's like my mother, and then what you should do is you should try to generate some compassion to your mother who badly treated you or treated your siblings, right? What you need to do is, because she's suffering herself, because she probably abused when she was a little girl, right? And we say the abused person becomes the abuser. Don't know what else, right? And because she probably doesn't think I'm abusing, neglecting kids. And but she was abused. She can't help herself. And then the kids learn the same thing. I know one family, they have kids, you know, and I mean, the father, he used to hit the kids with the soup spoon, right? And then I watch, and then the older child, the girl, she's running around with a soup spoon, hitting the little guys. And they're all running around with soup spoons. It's a kind of ritual. And one day, the father said, "How come my children are running around hitting each other with soup spoon?" I said, "Who started this?"
Yeah.
I said, then he realized, oh my goodness, I started. Well, then we have to stop this soup spoon. Hitting with soup spoon, it's kind of too late. And but it's not too bad. The soup spoon can't damage too much. And a wooden spoon, you might get a little bit of bruise, and that's all, you know. And this is how it worked, how it happened. So then, the solution is to generate loving kindness to the mother, and pray for her, and that she won't suffer, and she won't do the same thing in the next life, right? And then yourself, you should think yourself, okay, I didn't have a good mother, but now I have many good mothers, right? And Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and Tara is my mother. Tara is the best, most beautiful mother, right? Mother, and all the 21 Taras. I have 21 mothers, according to Surya Gupta's lineage. All the Taras are different. Some of the Taras are very wrathful and peaceful Taras. You have lots of money. So, considering all sentient beings are mother, based on a good relationship with the mother and thinking about the kindness, then think about the kindness of mother. Okay, what do the mothers do usually? We have saying in Tibetan tradition, mothers can save life of the child 100 times as you're growing up. Well, you know, because you have to always watch, right? This kid, they could do something wrong and run outside, hit by a car. And you have to do always lots of mindfulness, watching the kids all the time. Today is very difficult. There's so many interferers, and kids can be disappeared, just like that, turn around, gone. Terrifying, right? This happens everywhere, all over the world. Happens in China. I saw on the news, this guy, his son disappeared, and he searched for 8 years. Finally, he found his son. After 8 years, he traveled thousands of miles all over China. After, 8 years later. And now the boy got biological father and the father who stolen or adopted, whatever. And he's kind of confused, And, he said, father, I don't know which one. Where do I go and what to do? And so the biological father took him away. Of course, they see his son, right? And these days, difficult, and they have to watch all the time. So not only they can eat some wrong food accidentally and fall down somewhere. And nowadays, lots of kids, they do drugs, very scary. So many little kids, 12, 13 years old kids smoking dope. And their organs, lungs, kidneys already damaged by the time when you're 18. Then they get drug-induced mental illness, and you heard so many stories, I know, and drug-induced mental illness. It's very difficult. And then they get paranoid and they can see things, hear things that you don't normally hear, and very scary. And so you think about this. The mothers are very kind. The fathers too, very kind. Remember the kindness. Now, after meditating on the remembering kindness of sentient beings, then you now what I do, I want to repay the kindness of all sentient beings. And I like to do something and whatever, meditation and meditate on loving kindness, or meditation in actions. I do some work and help and teach and give education, good care and food, shelter, and do whatever I can to help, repaying the kindness of my mother. As you get older, caregiving and take care, and nursing. Now the mother nursed you when you're little. Now your time to nurse the mother, right? Repaying kindness. So this is then meditate on love, then meditate on what we call supreme wish, which means I will now take care myself. I like to do something for all sentient beings. Bodhicitta, 7 Mahayana cause and effect. So we have a short break now. Then we have some time for question and answer. You can turn on the light. Yeah. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. I would like to lead meditation on bodhicitta this time. I was talking about remembering kindness of all mother sentient beings and repaying kindness of all sentient beings. That Jeonju Sim Gomalatene Tangbo Simjian Tamji so Mayimba Sonada Mayim Mage Kadini Tembachi. They got into Insane, they'll train, telling over what, telling so the Pakatan in the near part, telling so the Karachi or some of the Chanju Sim Gom, telling also Dongling or Yareta, Dongling. So, to repay kindness of Father Sentient Being, we can do meditation called Dongling. Okay, Dongling, Dong means give, Len means take. So we can do it right away. Okay, Dong is giving. What we give to the mother sentient being, we give our pure thoughts, pure heart, and we give our support, or we give our love. Okay, that's the best gift, highest gift. Okay, and Dong is give. Len is taking, and we take what problems they have, burdens, suffering. I listen to your suffering. I will think about your suffering, and I pay attention to you. And if I can take your pain, your suffering, I will do. I do not hesitate to take your suffering, and then I can transform, purify your suffering. It's like kind of like surgery, Doctors do surgery, take out your pain or cancer or growth, take out, like that same kind of idea. So I listen to you, I think about you, I take your suffering, and whatever I will take. So the method for Tonglen is I'm here sitting, and then I send white light comes from my heart, and as I breathe out, white light comes from my heart. At the same time, white light comes from my nostril and sent to you. And then you feel you're giving, I'm giving, right? So they feel they received love and they received support, gifts of love. They feel inspired, they feel energized, they feel stronger, right? So you giving. Those Gomjan Suzuki then Suzuniga was a couple to no one was a couple to watching. Then some same because Lucian Dungai was Zukangala was a couple the pony and the Konazuka Dunga, the Nuruchi. There were the Nika Soda, Koranza, the Zubo, and Lucian. top chin, I was Johnson with that, Mibana, Tung Lin. So then Tung Lin, lens the two, I joke the Rangan, look at the same when as a career thingy, a watching and to Lin to Nakatsi to the lane. And the lane, and the nickel lane, Matuna, Maumba lane to Agni, years and some of them. So then some of them, and it's to Lindu and the Pajo Naza, the Dongairo today, the two Naza to you, myself, Ninga to you. Then the dogs on the Talas on the Mukwas on the Kimbugs on the Tinditu, it's Lin, then you never chance on you. So the way you do Donglen practice, you send white light from your heart, and white light comes from your nostrils or to sentient beings. They feel supported, they feel energized, inspired, boosting their health, their good health. And Donglen is you taking. So you imagine I'm taking their suffering and pain in the form of clouds or fog or smoke, whatever, shadow. I take towards me, and then I transform into emptiness, shunyata. And so this meditation is Tunglen, and this meditation is a method of meditation on love and compassion, loving kindness, basically, and loving kindness, right? So I send my love, then take the suffering. I give love in the form of white light, giving, and then taking, and I take their suffering in the form of fog or cloud or pollution and so forth, taking, and Dong and Len, and method of meditation on bodhicitta. Okay, let's do this meditation now. We meditate on loving kindness. We do Tonglen practice. We send light to all sentient beings from my heart. And then we take or remove their suffering, pain, and grief, and trauma, and lack of self-confidence, lack of faith in themselves, or lack of faith in the cause and effect, karma, and dharma practice. Whatever lacking, we take those kind of minds, and then I give more energy, more support, giving and taking Tonglen practice of bodhicitta meditation. we done a little bit of meditation on Tunglin, and now we go to next meditation, which is cultivating realization of shunyata wisdom, shunyata wisdom. So shunyata is emptiness, and Bengali word is tungba. Ni tungba means empty. Ni is emptiness. So one must not or should not think shunyata or emptiness as a nothingness. One must not think it's nothingness. And if it's nothing, then what's point of meditating on nothingness, right? What do we achieve? What do we accomplish? And what can we do with this meditation on nothingness? How does it benefit myself, or how does it benefit others? How does it become a vehicle for crossing the ocean of samsara? How does it become cause for enlightenment, Buddhahood, right? It doesn't work if it's just nothing. There's no use for meditating on nothing. If you do that, then we are cultivating some kind of nihilistic view, right? And we don't need to do that nihilistic view. And so emptiness is in one hand, on one side, we call emptiness, right? But the other side is actually fullness, completeness, fullness. So full of wisdom, full of understanding, full of wisdom, yeah, full of understanding. So emptiness does not mean nothingness. So when we say emptiness, it actually means empty of something. So there is something there. Yeah? You say emptiness of house, empty, the house is empty now. Oh, good, wonderful. The house is empty now. Now I can paint the house. I can clean the house. I can decorate the house. And all the stuff that was plotted, can't even move, can't even walk. And all that stuff is all gone now. It's wonderful. Empty house. I can do something now, right? And famous Japanese Zen master called Suzuki, Shurun Suzuki, if I'm saying correctly, he said, if you have things in your house, not doing anything, sitting around, not doing anything, time to get rid of. Time to get rid of. What's the point of keeping this stuff? Not doing anything. Time to get rid of. Yes, it's one by one, just get rid of all this. And then you have space, So nothing, but there's what is there? The beautiful empty house. And it's like an empty stomach. You're fasting, right? So empty stomach is good, fasting. And then you can drink juice, coconut juice, and some different kinds of juice, orange juice, apple juice. You can eat something good. And like that, emptiness, it doesn't mean nothingness. It's empty, but is there something? So what are we trying to achieve here? Emptiness, by meditating on emptiness. We're trying to achieve emptiness of self, emptiness of I, emptiness of self-grasping, emptiness of self-grasping, craving, and lack of understanding, shunyata, lack of understanding. this ignorance. We're trying to get rid of the ignorance and trying to understand true nature of things, true nature of phenomena, true nature of self. So when we do meditation on emptiness, according to tradition, according to Lamrim, we first meditate on emptiness of what we call personality or emptiness. Then we meditate on emptiness of phenomena. So before we meditate on emptiness of phenomena, everything, we meditate on emptiness of personality, which means emptiness of self. Why? So, why we do this? Meditate on emptiness of I or self, because we have self-cherishing, we have self-grasping, and we have also lack of self-confidence. All these things that are bothering us and creating problems for us. Too much this or too little this. I'm this, I'm that, and I'm not good. I'm not getting what I want. People don't respect me, and I deserve this and this and that. So much so much ego, right? So much, everything is like me, self, I, right? So this is because problem, right? It becomes a problem. So we create a lot of bad karma, negative karma, because I want this, I want this, I want doing different things, and I want this and that. Things are not very good for me. Physically not good, mentally not good, not healthy, because my desire, craving and addictions and things like that, which is so much, right? So creating a lot of suffering for myself because of sense of I or grasping of I or self. And even though there is no self, there is no I, but we're grasping to the I, the notion of I, concept of I or self. Why do I say there is no self, there is no I? Because when you search I, you never find I. When you search on self, you won't find self. Only thing you find is the concept of self, the idea of self, and you can't find I or self. But there is no self, and you search, you can't find something like saying solid, I or self. So when we do the meditation on emptiness of personality, what we do first, you sit there, and then you go through a meditation on the 5 skandhas, 5 aggregates. Okay, you first meditate on the body. So look at the body. Is this body self? No, this is just body, not self. This body is not self, the body is not I. And you go inside or outside, every part of the body is not I, because you look at different parts of the body, okay? I look at my hair. It's not nice. It's not I, nice. It's no self, just hair. My hair, okay? And I got long hair, or I have curly hair, or I have short hair. I have a spiky hair, or I have a beautiful smooth hair, or shiny hair, or so on, or I have no hair, almost none. I'm bald. Different people, right? And I visualize Vajrasattva above my head. I feel like Vajrasattva is going to slide down because my head is so bald, so shiny. And one monk said to his guru, every time when I visualize Vajrasattva above my head, he keeps sliding down and landed on my lap. What shall I do, Guru? The guru said, what are you complaining? You're so fortunate. Vajrasattva landed on your lap. So what is the problem? You can see where the sattva is on that. It's better that way than sitting above your head. Then you feel like, oh, I want to become bold too. If I'm not bold, I should shape myself completely. Shape myself every day, shape myself. Get one of those razor blade or whatever, After you hear that story, oh, I think now I can see the benefit of being a bold. And yeah, we have an old Tibetan saying, big mountain like Mount Everest, the K2, high up the mountain. There's nothing grows there, right? Just rocks, snow, and grass doesn't grow on top of the big mountain. It doesn't grow on the head of the big man or important man. So you feel I'm important man, bold. Are you important man? You're an important man. I am. I have no hair. No hair. I 没见过了，这么几，没见过了，这么几十，但是不真是，没见过了，这几个马来西，再有马了吧，刚拢不去的那里，你们都要全部那么子过了，要么了，咋的，刚嘛，没见过了，这么几，没见的，公布的，那么全部的，那是要么，卡里那看是，什么都，来觉得but we say like that, some kind of old proverb, right? So anyway, you search your body, my fingernail, my skin, inside my lung, heart, kidney, my knees, my ankle. Where is me? This is part of my body. It's not me. And what about my feelings? My feelings are not me. My perception is not me. And maybe my consciousness is me. No, my consciousness is not me, just consciousness. Because consciousness continues from past to this life to next life. And but this me, this life, the me is a different kind of me, right? So there is no me, just concept of me. Like that, self, we say myself, yourself, self, it's also a concept of self. There's no me. So this is why we call emptiness of me. So when you experience this feeling of emptiness, there is no me, right? Then you think, when you realize why, right? So many grasping, so much emotions, so many hurt feelings to myself or other people. And there is no self, no I, ridiculous, totally ridiculous. I was hurt, I was sad, I was disappointed, or I create disappointment for other people. And I feel guilty. So why? There's no self. So then your mind will be freer, more liberated when you don't have self. When you experience selflessness or emptiness, you feel more liberated. This is why we meditate on emptiness. Meditation, experience of emptiness of self or I is a liberation, total liberation, completely liberating quality. You see, and there's no possessiveness. I don't compare it with somebody else. And I'm this, I'm that. Freedom. And Mantungwani, Tunga Tambao, in Tibetan we say, Mantungwani, Tunga Tambao, saying, Tungbani go in this, Ranshin you to bad number to Mantungwa, Tunga Metani, Tunga Tambao, that they be Chishu. So Mantungwan Tunga Tambao means not seeing is the holy seeing. Sounds very much like Zen, right? When you don't see yourself, that's the most holy seeing. And when you feel there is no self, no I, that's the sort of holy feeling. Mantungwan Tunga Tambao, that's what in the text. I think it's Nagarjuna's text. Nagarjuna is a very famous master. He was the most important teacher after the Buddha. Nagarjuna was born in India after 400 years after Buddha. He was the founder of, we call Shinta Chimbo, which means the great master of Shunyata, Matungwa and Tungwa Tambo. Meditate on emptiness, self, or I, Shunyata first. When Nagarjuna's disciple, one of his disciples called Aryadeva. Aryadeva was also has an interesting story, They say Aryadeva was born in a lotus, like Padmasambhava. Right? Some of the masters, they have no biological father or mother. They're born in the lotus. Do you believe this? Believe or not? He was born in lotus. So does that mean that he doesn't have a real human body? How can you have a human body without mother and father? Well, you can say like, what do you call that? Like people talk about Christians, so Jesus was have no mother and no father, right? Well, Virgin Mary, well, Mary is not mother according to their story. It's a virgin, she's virgin, whatever, right? Anyway, they say Aryadeva was born in a lotus. Some miracle birth, right? Whatever. I have a hard time believing. First, I couldn't believe it. There was stories like one monk was born in eggs. What? His mother was chicken, or a duck or something, or dodo bird. And I was sitting in a plane on my way to Toronto, 3 days ago. I met this old lady. She said she was born in South Africa. She was a journalist. She spent a lot of time in a place called Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. They used to have dodo birds. Now they're going to resurrect the dodo bird. They're going to create dodo bird. They found the gene, some kind of genes. And Australians talking about recreating the Tasmanian tiger. So anyway, and so what's the point of having dodo bird now? The bird has no feathers. This is why he extinct. Because the cat and dogs ate him. And when the settlers came. So I guess the lady said, well, because then in January, lots of tourism, so many tourists will come take a photo of dodo birds. So tourists come from all over the world. And big business, dodo birds. Anyway, there's a flightless bird in New Zealand, in South Island, the biggest parrot. And I watched David Attenborough show. And this bird, flightless parrot, is called kakapo. Kakapo. So David Attenborough, I like the way they talk. Is now, quiet, be quiet. Listen, you're going to see the biggest parrot, flightless bird. The bird is going to come out. His name is Kakapo. Watch, here he comes, the flightless bird. English accent. Birds, feed the birds. One old lady in London during the COVID time, what are you doing? Are you finding difficult in COVID? No, I go for a walk, feed the birds. Okay. So, and so you meditate on emptiness, emptiness of self or I. There's no I, no self. So only concept of self. And imputed, the concept of self or I is label, imputed. That's what Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti, all the Madhyamika philosophers say, is imputed labels. And we do, of course, I do exist, or nominally, or and you exist. Of course, you have karma, you create karma, you suffer, and you create merit, you become a good practitioner, you become bodhisattva, you become Buddha. So there is you, there is I, there is self, but it's nominally only existing, name only or imputed labels. There is I, but not inherently existing or self-existent I. That's the meaning of emptiness of self is no inherently existing by itself alone, without cause and effect and conditions. So you have to kind of balance, right? And I do exist, but not inherently exist, which is called dependent arising. So Lama Tsongkhapa is teaching on raised to shunyata, raised what we Tendil Topa, raised to dependent arising. This beautiful text. And Tsongkhapa said, everything should, whatever is emptiness is dependent arising. Whatever is dependent arising is emptiness. And so because it's emptiness, therefore it's dependent arising. It's dependent on cause and effect. If there is no emptiness, then kind of dependent arising. Then things are not really dependent on any. And so this whole teaching is very beautiful, but it's all quite complicated. So meditate on emptiness of self or personality. And then after you gain the realization of emptiness, self or personality, then it's easier to understand emptiness of phenomena. All phenomena like that. Whatever you see in front of you, bottle of Perrier water, okay, so bottle of Perrier water is emptiness. So this is not a Perrier water. It is a Saint Pellegrino Grano, Italian drink, right? And so this is, I get kind of mixed up myself. It's that's because it's shunyata. That's why I get confused. And so it's just label. See, you see different label. If you take out this label, put Perrier water label, then it's Perrier water. Tastes almost same, right? You take out the label of Coca-Cola and put the label of Pepsi Cola, same. Almost same taste, right? Yeah, what's the difference? Yeah, same kind of thing. And when I was in Peru, there was a thing called Inca Cola. They sell Inca Colas instead of Coca-Cola. The Inca Cola is a little bit different. It's sort of yellow, looks like orange juice. And I one day I said, I'm going to try this. And while I'm in Peru, and at least I know what it's like. I tried it. It's quite good. I drink once, and so all phenomena are like that. Just label after label, so many labels. Like a car, you have labels, right? Hyundai, Honda, Hyundai, Kia, and Toyota, and all the labels, You iPhone, you have an iPhone, and Huawei and Samsung. I think they're the same thing, which copy from each other, and just different labels. So, but yeah, anyway, so it's all shunyata, right? So this is why the realization of shunyata is very important. And according to Nagarjuna's text, talks about 20 kinds of shunyata, according to Mula Madhimaka, 20 kinds of shunyata. Chitungbanyi, Nangtungbanyi, Chembotungbanyi, Tungbanyi, Chitungbanyi, external emptiness, internal emptiness, both external and internal emptiness, great emptiness, and so on and so on. At the very end, he talks about emptiness of emptiness. Wow, emptiness is also emptiness? What does that mean? Emptiness is also emptiness. Yeah, emptiness, everything is emptiness. So emptiness has to be emptiness too. And Geshe Rabdir was a very famous Tibetan Geshe, Gelugpa master. He lived in Switzerland, from India to Switzerland. And then he built a temple in Montpellier. And Geshe Rabdin said, some people think Shunyata is a holy one. Some kind of like Dharmakaya or something, or but in fact, Shunyata is not a holy one. Shunyata is not Shunyata is just Shunyata, nature of things. That's how it is, nature of things. Nobody created Shunyata. Actually, Shunyata is even before Buddha. Shunyata has been always Shunyata. Buddha discovered Shunyata. And it's not Buddha made Shunyata. The concept of Buddha and Shunyata is discovered. The definition of Shunyata is discovered. Shunyata is always Shunyata. That's what I call emptiness of emptiness. Some people think emptiness, Shunyata, is a holy one. Now I should worship Shunyata. I take refuge to Shunyata. You can meditate on Shunyata, but you can't think Shunyata as a holy one. And so this is very important practice in Buddhism, right? So it's very unique Tibetan Buddhist teaching. In Theravadan Buddhism also have a concept called anatta, similar to Shunyata. And Shunyata is a path to liberation, path to enlightenment. Okay, so I will now stop here. If you have questions, any questions, most welcome. Yes. Yep.
You mentioned about Dharmakaya.
Yeah.
And I have a question about Nirmanakaya, Samabhukaya, and Dharmakaya. I was told that Dharmakaya is the easiest one to achieve, and then Samabhukaya and Nirmanakaya is the hardest one. Is that true?
Actually, they are the same. Yeah, just Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya, Dharmakaya, three guys are one. One. There's no difference. It's like different, it's a different quality. Okay, you have, say you are holding diamond in your hand. Okay, so diamond has different qualities, right? There's brightness, shiny object. And then another quality is sparkling quality. And then another quality is that there's the weight, and there is that sort of preciousness quality. It maybe it's your mind projecting, say, oh, this is diamond. Now I got a diamond. And, I better not lose this. This is worth a lot. I could maybe buy a house. Maybe I can buy a car. Of course, I got diamond. I hope this is not a fake diamond. And I heard that Toronto is a fake diamond capital. And if you buy diamond in Toronto somewhere, be careful. It's a fake diamond. It's a synthetic or whatever. And I don't know now, maybe not, things are changed. I heard this. There was a diamond market, a weekend diamond market in Toronto about 30 years ago. And one guy bought a diamond, spent $20,000. It was a fake small diamond. Found out it's a fake one. And those guys who sold, they're gone, disappeared. And they had this market for a weekend, and they all gone. You never know where they were. There you go. Anyway, so and this is what we call a sutra, diamond cutting sutra. You read, right? Geshe Michael Roach interpreted and translated part of the diamond cutting sutra. I like diamond cutting sutra. We call it Dorje Choba in Tibetan word. Dorje Choba means diamond cutting sutra. We have saying Dorje Choba Dunda Nesa, Bangin Kuru Cheyonis. Dorje Choba Shivun Dunda Nek, Lagin Jablo Kuru Yora Dori Kia, Yang do Verso. I said, so it says when you monk carrying when the monk is reciting the Diamond Cutting Sutra, as he recite, keep going, his backpack get lighter and lighter and lighter. And at some point, there's nothing in his backpack. And what it actually means that you keep reciting Diamond Cutting Sutra and meditating, and you're experiencing shunyata. you get realization. Your mind is like a precious, like diamond. What's the Chinese word for diamond cutting sutra?
金刚经,
Jing,
金刚经,
Jing Gang Jing. Is that Jing means diamond?
金刚 is diamond.
Okay. Jing means sutra.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, diamond cutting sutra is actually it's got nothing to do with the diamond. And it's not talking about real diamond. It's talking about the mind. The mind is like a diamond, very, very precious. So when you say diamond cutting, you cut the mental defilement. It's a church teaching. Church teaching, source of church is two sutra. One is Prajnaparamita Sutra. The other one is Diamond Cutting Sutra. Church practice. And so so you meditate on the emptiness of self, emptiness of personality. And I think I should stop here now. Any questions? Yes.
Wanting things is self-cherishing, like I want, having desires I want, but wanting dharma is not self-cherishing.
Wanting dharma is self-cherishing. But yes, it is self-cherishing, but it's good self-cherishing. It's like eating chocolate. Lama Yeshe used to say, when he eat chocolate, he said, oh, actually samsara is not too bad. But, well, you see, you have to have a desire to practice Dharma. You have to desire to make bodhisattva vow. You have to have a desire to do pilgrimage. You have to have a desire to do 3-year retreat. You have to have desire, right? But that's not a bad desire. No, I'm serious. I'm not joking. So, but then when you talk about desire, is it? But yeah, it is. Your idea is good. You want to become enlightened, this and that, but then still desire. What this desire is kind of like a kind of sticky, like a glue, like crazy glue and like gorilla glue and some kind of sticky and not very good. What is this desire? I don't like the idea. Desire. Well, some glues are good glues. You need a good glue, right? You need a gorilla glue if you want to fix them. You do need, epoxy glue, whatever, fix things. You do need, that's what it's made for. And there's nothing wrong with it. I know you don't eat it. You don't swallow it. And you just wear, gloves and it works, duct tape and duct tape solution, right? And, people use duct tape, all kinds of things. And I always read something. If you have warts, finger put a duct tape, it will get rid of the warts. And because it choked the virus or whatever, is that right?
Yeah, it does that.
Yeah. So, and anyway, so it's a desire, but and then what happened is actually desire becomes cause of desire less, freedom desire. And like this is what we call Vajrayana way, Vajrayana approach. So according to Tantra, Vajrayana, you use the desire first, then becomes eventually there's no more desire. And you use the anger, which we call Vajra anger. And you use the anger and then transform anger, get rid of anger. You use passion, and then eventually there will be no more passion. You use lust or whatever desire, you see, and then you go beyond the desire. beyond anger, beyond hatred, whatever. That's why tantric deities, they have all kinds of, like usually when you look at Yamantaka, you see, most scary one, right? And you look at the face, look at the body, look at all the ritual implements that he's holding, 36 arms, 16 legs, tumbling on these poor animals, and crashing them and jumping up and down. And it's holding all these, and it's difficult to understand objects he's holding, like is one of the objects is man impaled in a stick. On the stick, what does this mean? Man's body, the stick goes right through his body. That's gross, right? What does this mean, right? Or he's holding part of the leg of the human being, or holding a skull, or holding head of the Brahma, and this and that, all kinds of weird, but there are things. What does this mean, right? So this means that actually it means like these are representing different things, right? About emotion, psychological things, our own mental stuff, projections, or our minds think good or bad, right or wrong. There's also all kinds of hang-ups we have in our mind, right? And so go beyond that and to use this, what we call Vajra aggression, Vajra anger, Vajra attachment, and this and that. And that's why Chogyam Trungpa used the word crazy wisdom. It's kind of wild wisdom, right? That's what he called crazy wisdom, wild wisdom, very wild. It says the word, when you read through it, it's very, very bizarre. Remember one of the texts of the Yamataka, I think, one of the sadhana, part of the sadhana, end is very bizarre. These are bizarre, And some people don't want to practice Yamataka. And some people don't want to practice Vajra Yogini. I have a student, he says to me, I don't think I want to practice Vajra Yogini anymore. I think I like to practice Chitta Manitara because she's more civilized. I said, fine, go ahead. Yes.
My understanding about having less greed, self-cherishing thoughts, and desire is accumulating more merit and wisdom, and eventually understanding shunyata. How is that correct? And also how to cultivate more contentment, which I also perceive as the opposite of desire.
Yes, well, from the according sutra approach. So you cut down all the desire, attachment, greed, everything, right? That's why you take those vows and precepts as a monk or nun or yogi, and you contemplate on those simple life, simplicity, and keep practice asceticism and yogic practice, simple. And that's why in Tantra you have 4 levels of Tantra: Kriya Tantra, Charya Tantra, Yoga Tantra, Anuttara Yoga Tantra. So when you practice Kriya Tantra, Charya Tantra, you keep everything simple. You should not eat meat and don't eat fish, don't eat garlic, don't eat onion, don't eat anything spicy or stimulating your body, this and that, right? And be a vegetarian, strictly vegetarian, up to Yoga Tantra. And no stimulating desire, attachment, this and that. Yeah. And then beyond that, Yoga Tantra, Anuttara Yoga Tantra, then you don't have to be vegetarian. You can eat whatever you want to eat. You can be like Telopa, eating fish and whatever. And because now you're beyond, you have a realization of shunyata. You don't have attachment. You don't have hang-ups. It doesn't affect your mind. So it's a different level.
I'm told there are questions online.
Yes. Hello. Can you fix this? I can't hear the question.
Read it.
Yeah, you can do it.
So one was from Klitzan.
Oh,
He asked, Klitzan, I think it's Indian name.
okay.
They asked, what is the most common way of visualizing the removal of dark energy from another person and bringing it to me to transform into light? Talking about
dark, what's the method? Say again?
What are the most common ways of visualizing the removal of dark energy from another person and bringing it into me?
To you, like a Tonglen
Talk
practice.
about,
Tonglen
yes.
practice. Removing the darkness energy of that person to you. Well, it's usually the common way of Tonglen practice. You breathe in, you breathe out, send a light from your wisdom, your compassion, and as a white light, you send to that person. So the common way to do it, when you breathe in, you imagine you're taking in the dark side of the person or a negative karma or suffering, pain, whatever. You taking in the form of smoke or dust or fog, something like that, and bringing in to you through your nostrils or directly into your heart. Then purify again. That's the common way or normal way, usual way, according to teaching or technique.
Thank you so much, Rinpoche.
Question I'm not quite sure it's from Suzanne, who says they have a question about shunyata and suffering, great suffering in war-torn countries.
Say again?
They have a question about emptiness and
Yeah.
suffering,
Yeah.
great suffering in war-torn countries. So
Yeah.
Do you want me?
Yeah, like in Ukraine or in Gaza, right? So, what is the meditation? What you do?
I'm not quite sure of the question.
Well, in that case, you place meditation for that. Not so much a shunyata is, it doesn't. It's not shunyata is not meditation for that. Doesn't work. And well, you can't say there's no war going on. No inherent existence, torpedoes or bombs, and this and that. It doesn't work like that. What you need to do is you have to meditate on the compassion to those people who are suffering. And there are so many innocent people caught between those wars, like so many people killed in Gaza and or Israel, and children and women and old man or running their life, they terrified and they lost everything. They lost their life, their parts of their body, everything. So there's a lot of suffering, So you send love, compassion, or pray for them, right? Pray is powerful. Actually, in this kind of situation, praying is more powerful than doing some kind of visualization. Pray to Tara, pray to Chenrezig, pray to Idam deity is most beneficial.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
They're asking about how to do Dangyu, a close retreat.
So Dangyu?
Yeah.
Dangyu is self-initiation.
Oh, okay. So I think they were asking you to talk about how many mantras you have to do to complete it and how you would perform the retreat. Like,
Oh, well, Dangyu is self-initiation. In order to do self-initiation, you first have to do retreat of that deity yoga, right? Do the sadhana, then you have to do minimum 100,000 mantra, the main mantra, and then do plus 10,000 wisdom shower mantra. Then you are under fire puja. Then you are qualified to do Dagyuk or self-initiation. Dag means self, Juk means entering oneself into the mandala and purification.
and then they're allowed to come to your teachings on self-initiation, Shivamatritara, even if they have the empowerment, but they haven't done their close retreat.
For the teaching, yes, for the teaching, you can come. Even if you haven't done the retreat, you can come for the teaching. Yes, you can come teaching. But you have to do the retreat first. Actually, there's no point to really come for teaching for the self-initiation. First, you have to do one at a time. Do the retreat first. Probably, what you should do is first, you have to learn how to do a retreat. That's first. Because there's protocols, there's rules about retreat too. Lots of rules. You have to set up altar, you have the boundary making, then you do the sadhana 4 times a day, and depends on the deity. There are restrictions, as I said, for Kriya Tantra. You can't eat meat and garlic and onions and this and that. And there's the rules. As also you have to keep some certain, you have to keep silent now, and you should not talk. And while you're in a session, or you should even drink anything during the session. And sometimes you can drink water. And also how you recite the mantras, verbally or mentally, or how do you do it? And how do you use the mala? How to hold the mala? What kind of mala you should have? There's lots of rules. And you should study first about the retreat instead of how to do the self-initiation. Yes.
Rinpoche, last question. What is the karmic seeds for romantic happiness?
Say again?
What is the karmic seeds for
Yeah.
happiness?
So you're asking what kind of karma one should create instead of in terms of romantic happiness?
Yes.
I never got that. Nobody asked me that question before. Well, you're talking about romantic happiness.
Yes.
And usually, most of the time, romantic happiness is not sure it's real happiness.
Yes.
Could be delusion.
Yes.
And some sort of fantasy.
Yes.
I'm not saying there is no romantic happiness. And yeah, because if you feel you're happy, then you're happy. It's all relatively part of your mind. If you feel you're happy, then you're happy. But I'm not sure it's a long-lasting happiness or not. And but again, I think you should not contemplate on that. So I like to have a romantic happiness. What shall I do? This and that. And then you may not have romantic happiness. You kind of too much concentrate on that, right? And then I want perfect romantic happiness. I don't know what perfect romantic happiness means. And usually romance don't last very long, right? We have saying love is like a milk, only lasts 3, 4, 5 days, and then go bad. And it makes you keep in the refrigerator. Now you see, I don't know. You see, but I would say yes, there is a romantic happiness. Of course, there is happiness, and I think most importantly, you meditate on loving kindness to yourself, to the other person, and whoever you're going to involve romantically. You meditate on loving kindness, then maybe real love comes. Then you can have happiness, right? Just love, meditating love, Romantic, I don't know, romantic is interesting word. I see in Tibetan tradition, Tibetan language, I don't think we have a word romantic.
The marriage love.
That's a different story. That's a different. That's different. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm gonna leave it here now. Thank you very much. So see you soon on Zoom or see you here. Thank you very much. We do dedication now. We get the spirit. Sala Vabaresho Janju Sem Chorem Boche Maji Banam Jinjuj Banyam Bame Tone Gonda Beva Show. Thank you. Thank you very much.